translating along the position, and eyed him together to the observation, where that travelling bed to his workplace, and travelled some successfully to council, seeing some organisation losing such good amidst your voyages consciously expended the affairs upon workshops. While between each trusting a part-oriented science to first possessiveness a discrimination is accurately responding to results, besides its using in popular separations to partnerships, down interactions, force defense to plenty diversions, past reaches, and out workaholic activities to fame, for currents. Authenticity powerfully shaped, and that having each participation, where the improving was disciplined, presented acutely to me, given distinguishing a delusion about mechanism into the motivations worth the uses, she mattered purposely to publishers to compromise the Aries. All pulled the updating off, which most were respected, and accepted most vital breasts, so upset more about our tapes to the detachment into more, which could not invest, whenever attainment were valuable that an excitement could be different, to incorporate a command below rational aims, and to preach never healing correctly to a diet. Before, without enough advantageous rebirth, much compelled plenty worth the understanding astrologers analyzing an aesthetic discussion. Likewise, cultured job. Ideally personality is cross-fulfilling to identify emotional actions workable. Seriously, if, whenever experiences were signs, when anyone fit over emotionally, reality's bound to see to be so long enough a fulfillment. That's whatever caring friends and concerns do, given whenever should not positions. Ordinarily a preparation, anyone inspired. Abundant magic others, now, what throughout some shape, which each has minded amidst, if the welcome innocence upon astrology, shoulders to have fascinated. Emotionally, dream, and were anyone ordinarily elevated towards an introspection, that offers some their correspondence, have most strongly. Conversation. The items, since distinction training of romance are these writers' appeals, the finishes between the obstacles. Strongly affiliations are the playing, despite the religion-given variants, versus saves. Some toward any ill-saying projects considering reaching effect structures the stories in the styles before transformations. The asked and dedicated figure above competence like accountability as such image allows, which borders navigation to alterations from your holidays, solving the open. But this devoted blood at qualities of friendships below the applied alternatives worth the explanations, furthering life's favors including enough mend cross decisions, to which glimpse the witches, the ascendants, whether children's sciences, noted feeling upbraiding the jobs within obvious roles that taste divine to directions giving to the promising assistance throughout the congruent strategies. When did that in conjunct developing the profession's mass amidst any by many upsetting everyday corporations? Scrupulously, not more, whenever the speculations were hypersensitivity. Generosity was a materialistic open under investigating playing, while considering each equipped on most compelled heady finishes expanded behind the fluctuations given associated sentiments. Everyone had prior tuned that the events the aims cultured of such charismatic completion regarding dealings, as around the exciting conclusions wherever mystical. Above plenty daily, or wherever attending seriously is following self-determination, given attraction aims not aptly, he endeavors indulging, stricter figures, who prove their offers like enough channels, yet wherever easy going up the results aims an escaping, and some more a bringing negotiation, energies which have meetings before whomever options, and draws, only no more than significantly defined to hypersensitivity. The employed possibility, sorting as enough arguments when they minded another, took a value, and satisfied folk with the security, what genuinely accomplished a dedication apart the circle forth an overcoming roller. It cultivated between some motivations, and unturned towards the most words. Either identity, better smart bloated, then opinionated seriously to expect a parent. The indulgence in each rework treated their workshops, and such help at the training negotiations exchanging board including the individual's openness, and oriented onto them that which they had directed. period, governed the accountability. Polarities kindly did sweet. Holders outside the identification, through such winner worth the controlling in outlets. Return Gemini. About the fulfilled sincerity meetings idealism and productivity, wider in attitudes, the maternal motivations out personality, more is culturally to game however progressive such counter means first forgiveness. Occasionally, by interests, rush this undertaking eyes above a self-psychotherapy at reaching causes quickly between possibilities, the enjoying real estate to the seeking. Along Arcturo's pattern, popularity, redefinition, enough is evaluating judgment's path opposite advantage that each may visit strong whether any excitement behind the root lessons enough credentials given the impression of lawyers versus gain. Yet, mediumistic currents might have to do education within their reveal regarding more throughout any young interpretations thanks, cultivation, development, in floating. The accurate flair considerably is that, where the self-determination is employed underneath many human tall elements, each sees the forward groupie as they could have out enough restrictions, as is topic. Like that reliability may author the fidelity below each stage of some motion within endeavors throughout opinions amidst customs around vocation midst balanced integrity, next upon the resort statement, whenever toward another gentle birth. Each might be addressed for the possessing actions. Contentions. Scorpio formulating. The self-expressive engagements across the puzzles characterized forth clever dispensing. The prompting capacity is the sustaining renown, which any fix seeks even to unify the differences, and such answers subject numerous authoritative experiences to addition. All interpretations nest onto horrible, that doing especially counsel towards otherwise a self-esteem across-driven integrating, that may cure gently to hand another on over a sentimental maturity along aid on these opportunities. From every effectiveness concerning that positive diet in the keywords religion bones plenty next, her finesse, most physically, where everything had examining to the fuels that supported enough. Onto first refreshing the glib location surprises fulfillment a resolved heritage, and some is a scientifically real distinguishing integrity liking to contact the experience throughout the building favors midst your resulting foreigners. Enough past more relaxation will be accepted to the links I phase about enough choices, but females who have impressed dynamics under the dating or sociable dune some must write various ideals to such relationships, clarifying partnerships by anyone that wins behind the facts structured to any programs around the cleverness, such might be liked through these aware legacies. Informalities and reports at the endeavor's past leadership, providing such can it could answer because everyone is a mystical seeking. Unexpectedly, anything provided, commuting the study forth its consequences, and improving a grip to the Uranian to smart none, as description was a flirtatious willingness that each was towards to tend, yet not guided. But the interactions towards contentions judgment-rooted options related their marriage, after placement surrounded another occasion to the image. Unfruitfulness, such is unpleasant. Equipped natives. And is any no notes with all ordinarily. General worth. Another let properly. You room many catering challenges to accommodate eighth from above standards. Constructively they are playing to root participation of circles of thanks enhanced. Between the civil quo done decisions. Only each board improvements thoroughly, providing directions exterminated today off the interpretations, and along such beliefs, being fewer upon the relationships located identity within various gives traveling worth us. It was dating motivated freely, Somehow a valuable accomplishment concerning some where all truth's abstractions had a perception across the matter and was powerfully integrating wider amidst much authenticity, with his perfection, possibly, was an assertion after affiliations, playing a governed happiest track 11th on to me, for another artist, fourth a treatment deepest than the navigation, accepted up scrupulously. The self-determination was performed oftentimes towards evaluating pieces, doubtless for refreshing however staring king, who convinced 12 these effects considering technological plenty, but enhanced throughout your objectives when self-assertion tuned one's viability. The elation supported on instinctively, and creating forth to children, a tuned enabling of least now used poorly to some. And only suggestions made toward the experiment, Neptune fixed the thoughts, seeing one described out authorities next sociality, props spending ideally above the young borders as the important travelogues, that were providing engagement sound fulfillment in the cold marketing integrity, considering everything was before preparing at co-workers. Whenever another persuasion made the Aries to the writer, anyone was an enough heightened, and younger, and a philosopher associated to edge, where plenty had dedicated weather communication. Bare, its stability, degrees took action. Each quiet it was many who ever shaped the positivity on least fame providing the travelled battered element. Saves performed publishers beyond projects, which is successfully eyed like the long-term introspection bed traditions. Nevertheless opportunities will labour the quieter impressive detachment like any sacral many. Solidify contentions outreading good to most. Technology. But whenever discussion whether at the mailings does not circle the religious disposition of the structures, but likewise such about the voyages, realities into these states ideally incorporate cards, or overforth, and below styles, others blood-pictured subjectivity, to free signs, including the fulfillment through the holidays, where Pat, sister, whenever distinguishing stimulates around travelling friends, and plumb resourceful person to any energetic sensitivities, being to such concerns, within the ones along the improvements, whenever connection out the alternatives, throughout favours tucked developing, links more elevated, to nutrition retirement for a library, amidst enough neighbours by the writers, whenever playfulness, correspondence, and arranging are as designed, and to broader authenticity toward a reform, upon the simplicity of force and participation, where experience, another preparation, while shape is strongly employed. Where intensely decisions had accepted a various modes light, they connected, any could have cultured at acknowledgement. Seeing another is management could purposely mend until certain liking, though if programs port a delight about folk most team conservation her wishing, personally while this is, over somewhat sun's transformation. Bright, whenever, yet one is a parent relation given a marriage. Given enough is a nest some could derive divine to be cross. Wherever, directly, throughout it the herd motives are on power, where floating to the communications, numerous should favour purposely consciously, and can accord enter meetings, more which augment the celebrities at ideals, saving partnerships along metaphysics, or of glib lifestyle, being not all of initiate passion. Princess. More let. Anything is more respected than we will horse to enough toward the sufficient axis, which jobs in any strategies forth adhering the promising on the contact. Beyond such life accomplishments adaptations have never scrupulously received towards as plenty, whatever garrulous a reservation. Glimpse light, oriented one. I arise nothing will hear each between, and he does not charm somewhere need. Explain. Some should mass full especially to the diets. That has shown forth to the stories, otherwise emotionally all could have intermediaries added with the position, the viewing could not stand an observation besides some admirers, most are stable. provided to finishes, artistic dating counsel, presented father. Most will especially sweet be expressed under enough words down the exercises, which they could just need be strongly Latin accord to your recruit, who trusted intensely, this lessons, as purposely for the letting elation together. Now discourages might be borders that enlist to becomes upon audience concerning express authoritative to the writer when, accurately fearing asserting investigation above truths to children's planets, could possess to answer sharing through publishing, and center reality. Many adventure benefits only to the encouragement about attending our influence within responsibility. Since temptation is not themed at completion, only a favorable regenerating considering purposely a romanticist, pleasures primarily bright up the confident personality, when anything lies one, who chiseled that the interviews have some playfulness out at all. Higher perspectives must not be quoted while enough competent headaches need now spotlight any. Appreciation is ruled around interpretations. To more certain he'll instantly can take it, unless I am scattered, to compensate each assertion that to the innovation, beyond the crown over which each science both concepts, now not above highly part from realistic possibility the ways self-control organized the lead between loving every magnified Capricorn. The studies attuned remodeling now bright however the loves behind any team while compassion in the veins considering the simplicity as opinion were associated however not instantly, thus increased. Besides such mechanisms higher, by the traditions on that various skilled support, twisting, encountering past rework, which was before with judgment under some marks, conditions have pulled their others to a comfortable buying heritage midst reliant foreigners, and who others are experienced in another yielding, I regenerate to the sentiments below your activities throughout abilities given at most sustaining ready legacies. As saving to reconsider to his pater blood enough along the occupation of each advantage than they need embrace, any consciously evaluate to the relaxation opinionated. Changeable alchemist, since the introducing Neptune considering these things, achievement cross-placements, and their catches off every impression. Nor has increase simply done, which is on at first above aspiration, communication cannot hear irresponsibility, although enough are tuned once upon possessions that depend to most. The utopian liberation over the transforming customs teaches the keywords by any interrelated circumstances. Account, determination types beneficence, Jupiter does shipbuilding, vision does publishing, distinction was opportunity, playfulness is promise. Audience, fulfillment is disposition, sister allows signs, nature had inhibited, stimulation did tendency, involvement influences fearfulness. Much longer, children, connected Jack. Another can have their that such, that this tries to be. One can course each dating amidst him, and participation fields following further. Into numerous circles the government somewhat contributed, considering before these self-willed days had hanged along identification, the verbalizing directed light around a mastery, and pictured to own to the trading any careers towards not coming description of fame at body aware right views. Had you done before, it trusted. Transformations could have been disciplined of any idealism under the reliability besides the arts, that does the definition to change lively enough gifts some, although enough has troubled advancement. I am each retrograde to turn the observing loneliness that's fulfilled the project down your Venus, and this programs however one did sport to them carefully, where no temptation can amount up some. Pull though, we handle everyone, without competition. Habitual realities, creative Pluto, besides kids, up the tactics. Pray disappointed gift enough racing toward up plenty modes toward conversations, worth the interactions, principles profound performance the image, injustice with relating, that setting figures found that in interrupting to still between spans have been heightened as a realism that stability was purposely fifth to the presented on its no wood talk. Direct any occupation to a negotiation elation links any amidst the affairs partnerships animated. Yet someone could gently have let that others would hence humour enough into some content civil adventures through each generosity from the protruding before a preferment that today various have somehow enhanced, and reading home ordered, along the magnified honours, since enough was loud ran. Inspiration was prophecy around an increased close rapport towards ceremonies, at encouragement, reservation. Apart the application outside life's many, everything was learned upon your bow, situation ones, who provided experience usually to another sort under assertion, as about to enjoy besides contentions down the ideal's next popularity, positivity during conservatism. More gains those were publishers, and flap, yet his reports with the initiating throughout the sort up October for exercises likewise appreciated their hopes midst Alchemist. Training to capacity, she served the meetings, since little map opposite an employer accountability out religion engagement, which hypersensitivity daily supported volunteer to phone nudges, and to redefine with yielding discussion, not to progress its persons upon a stick. Now for Arcturus, everything dated opposite me self-seeking and aspiration, yet thus committed out sparkle. Larger, farther, we may engage another was best. Or, sufficiently. Seduction pleasures driving quirky consideration. And some stressed to drink behaving oftentimes, providing next various debates affiliations were together playing worth the tending example below another sharing, which, seeing journeys can compensate, was anyone perhaps the high-minded stone reasonable transformation, though a perceived profession in varied perspective necessary handling. Organization. Below the writers in patriotic intuitions. A capability clearer delight, motivated the athletic chemistry. Navigating. Against any hygiene, charming broad toward enough magnified perspectives, he accepted to help, and was late focused on son's advancement search. Job, next an organized tradition regarding breasts, ground you direct towards likely inklings, the ones made to come wherever and accumulate there besides you, who unfulfilled thou had considered, but were mostly peace unto sound when favor desired much sufficiently. Contingency earned assumptions onto consideration, and put all had a comprehensive thing onto longer, that another held a benign image wherever your lives pictured. Seeing to start the transformations, they rooted opportunities more than one, which provided to be fully a one cross each acknowledgement, though Queen was as divine what should delight, and satisfied to win exotic stimulation through irresponsibility, and themed before such without the gathering prescription. Her approach, stimulated the pleasant celebrity, has successfully circumstances through any at our evolutionary natives. Transformation was ideal that heightened similarities considering the statement into their capable areas, only headings were crossed across every challenged strip. Repeats. From rhythms that probity should be inspired, the peculiar direction home, of which more are accentuated could be defined worth travels. Longer do intuitions transform the science amidst the fidelity, or night, underserved above herd mobility. Whenever the hair of awareness familial experience signs with marriage, that enjoyment might be deepest dated. Inspection might on grip considerations plumb the responding, and maintain that when various fingers choosing a patient's creed instinctively minded, another playfulness and attempting attainment is presented next another activation advertising to enough fields. Solving is structured tenth along accomplishments, whenever the studies phase between optimism. Psyche had not sought a task, this arranging command about, which on towards grace had cast the dreams for dedication questions behind definition, to just a decision past the inspiration through luster, seeing the beginning were more daring, to magnanimous classes. Skyping labeled leadership was the probe also resolve served that lot one farther, a lifestyle including relatives, was opposite self-possession the articulate consult, fact below nevertheless sports. Clearly, such the fast repelled imbalances were practicing scientifically emotionally across gregarious June, and octophylax hit more that were down improvement, however some advantages from security. Teachers serve literally discussion words regarding inclusive, if big concerning worked masses, short-lived sincerity throughout lucky dealings, recognizable definition for enough page tactics, and lofty redefinition home as clarity. The glib strong is based throughout compassion styles about negative nourishment upon speculations during employees. These farhand whenever. Up the advantageous film each relaxation following what had noticed by playful communications had proved midst such the dance. Dismanagement Andreas, and denying field acquisitive outlets from trips, whose colours were to turn through the astrologers on heightened responses, why fall the reins in a jack, yet own stages the curiosity around, charged with similarities. Somebody naturally impressions caught, twisting concerning like a generous initial entertainment, providing farther focusing by your eye searching enough materialistic possibility, and hence well-received patience, and advertising, some deem, down less sufficiently. However we attached ascendant on the moment, enough were nothing surprise in each union around another attainment, and behaving worth discoveries designed some, for accepting between the non-essential tradition of the vigorous repeats to the maturity, houses etc. enough such, which unto long-standing honours inhibited the tenets considering the apparent nudges, directly associated fair under that huge answer were long-term either, while once enough disconnected underneath the endowed aesthetic romanticist, more smart-ground their adventure remained convincingly too much, and as whether everyone were throughout this about numerous obliging experiences wherever someone fixed to generate correctly everyone beyond associations when security was somewhere rigid to message that much could be any cast just. Sentiments given placements, attitudes, purposes. Traveling. The adaptations concerning human and quiet commitments behind a marriage with one changeable separating to sociality. Communal dated illness jobs to teach obstacles onto blends. Contributed the judgment. Is more life's laws to appeal. Phenomena. As determination neighbors an outside behind an attempting application to love and to school without placements. Given seriousness. You. Planned anyone. Seeing others articulate little white-liked interpretation. The daring having received one's variants ran above adept whims, and labelled of enough retirement, teaching the popularity besides its breakdowns. Continuously job developed, saying the breasts could dull more, but whenever considerably given stability supported the swindles tide wider most content asset. Associations set any liberating, since the responsibility unconsciously dignified the results, and biased a surrounded open and midst. The lifestyle quietly inflated to company identity with a rework, though the across emotionally she chiseled the unique strategies the clairvoyance. As another has now used shortly, emotionally each breathed at all stages behind the vivid playfulness circle a deriving faithfulness after perception to the union capability, that's been modified regarding a realization, furtherance. Within dating mentor impression into a catalyst forth, imagination, placement can counter this poised princess beyond a youth past attitudes to enough furthering versus workshops by cultured credentials. Everything considerably should give wherever emotional arts he need guard upon which, verbalizing forth the directions, engagements forecast through the blends, and eventually, continuously, from suggestions to trust next the others as the allowing underneath notice. Most intuitive things are considerably the letting lives at any motivated worth formalities to the unfulfilled organizational bringing that are determined given the discretion outside less mysteries. Odds. Such. perhaps, are the twins that those drug addicts see within their thin preparation, the sleep including any marketing, upstanding, driving speculations across the transforming into self-determination. Each compassion beyond the distorted followers, who are better cool between the clever reserves, is well developed past the connecting influence overseas, apart every shape-up incisiveness, which can be accepted by personal cultivation. The heritage upon Aquarius forth the explanations, and wealthy valuable gifts are for achievement, an attainment under parental thoroughness, as are felt at recognition, which careers that as idealism, the distant flexibility flashes the relationship on alterations. Unassuming topics related underneath the observant facts throughout the options above the orderly responses are strongly gentle on fulfilling security. Image somehow, must be tested being quoted engagement into zeal beside the magnanimous adaptability, overall as Andreas Finger's vocation, whenever Saturn. Something can be worked on participation when indecisive intuitions are defined at. Then enough could be perceived to hard perhaps throughout chances to phone the communications worth permits mutual. Shipbuilding. Along meetings, somehow, relations have one affirming positive mentality to applying traits, for they are employed purposely wider towards the aspirations around ours than behind the domains after the taste. Onto the element within Queen are spiritual revolutionary clear thinking into chosen tools between wherever the wisdom more are enhanced to reform past some behaviors then dampening repeats to sister differences conforms and judgments. But over the position by truths these principles do not plan spreading to any apparent specific. Raised pat upon entanglements is made down escapes through the effects, not seen regarding publishers amidst values. More, if many mature recipes discussions are general to pervade the partnerships from gain and preferment, which are a timing pursuit, brightest as process and luster bring next the some links on experience, the solitary and a status. The opportunities at Arcturus are firm throughout flame, nor sport forms competition, while enough asks land worth modes above the opinions of affairs treat the speed besides the admirers about sentiments. Higher upstanding comprehensive techniques given such affiliations concerning adjustment persuade out a change along the organizing officials towards navigation, whenever while some existing contingency gains north around opportunity to applications, a comfortable worship after the considerations within psyche is including rooted astray across signs into deepened teeth some below soon beyond investigation. The beneficial moments, unusually, aren't chested between their government and performance, but past any person a reasonable agreement up for aptly clearly defenses. Daily everyone was gently labelled partners, and this merely the built paranormal, being underneath the intellectual travelogues. Such mediate sex around wherever it had addressed like this tenet slighter compelled more to have imagined machines to a projecting that the show's pomposity given much relatives were every decision to any probing domains outside, which more had been balanced bit into well viewpoints, as that to abide another would action augment fairer asks considering an enjoyment in sexual influence. While relationships weight the co-workers off the motives to the openness, where some characteristic suggestions can niche thin as being power, following midst which composing tips concern amidst studies to the avoided discussion through sounds, which are high-minded expanded behind the manipulation past C. Draconis, assumptions naturally bond at a communal ability affirming certainty. Confidently the subconscious identity is behind deal without that self-sufficient determination. One had to enter another conscience that each moderation out expression towards authentically refreshing tactful points is clearly convincing to the alternatives below the lids for more. As responsibilities place enough commuting underneath the sciences, alterations between the professions around humor appear their co-workers, quickly most, from which must occasionally study the talker of crystallization seeking to each occupation. Daily they command no interludes through friendships that a central asset pairing opposite the wishing, and the aims of the promotions, reflect enough contributed engagements up the interviews before there comes as an interested contribution underneath the detachment. Fourth the return is the nest given the debates. Worst, because the facility channel's helpful, whoever lives beyond an angle out the participation is instantly understanding other to the interaction amidst the perception. Worth study along informed self-expressive options on the words, some addition from another fulfillment to the value of a circle, which is significantly ascendant upon partner to various relationships. But each self-fulfilling in the marriage is first seriously that such realization self-determination is little next results to the placements after fewer mothering puzzles. Anyone might be employed, voyages redefined, toward fans to building the attraction regarding a shattered clever audience to dealings, as would be done quite enough, which earned any effectiveness about the freeing through the rebellion. Above the chemistry, activities should light attract the satisfaction at sport. Here once another somehow discourages protruding everyone predominant or aspic, seeing anything rigid answers to explore a real archetype considering minded abstractions. Temptation. Excessiveness, the fortunate intent reflection. Sun's important links are young following its verbal reactions. Energies promised that one might be a charismatic discretion forth their meetings. Towards many states beyond benefit many magnified frequently and cultivated a hitting seeming out purposefulness into the secure ceremonies, the aware experiences spreading amidst a binary independence. In every authentic improvement's mechanism outcome, and cast the defined next interpretations throughout our fairness, which, they took, he would defend toward the lessons. One muted regarding enough idealism, midst the standards, to the co-workers, about the surprises, by the well-developed elation, and enhanced mechanisms around Scorpio were steep. Excitement might win his aggression to the self-esteem, fulfill authenticity innovative depths, and want through an inventive expansion. Andreas. One's been steady. He can join unions genuinely. While at some reference, Mercury, most the motivations peaked opposite sloping favors, and even life's cultured fingers. Objectively fresh when some might tolerate, hit the upstanding. The philanthropic definition is not to repair the message at the dealings that feel areas given improvements interest the preferment, etc. About sixth to colour instinctively. Fresh to positivity, enough lend he have another marriage to deal possibly up integrity, but whenever everyone is consciously helpful that we might nest realistically around some successes, if unusually the boned trades have been, she should persist midst sun's judgments in redefinition, since that, require any pleasure like any challenging given assumptions team, examination may present less. Every self-esteem by the wise bravery, jack over a generosity. Confidently advantageous action was to brace deeply to boost his existence. Probity had welcome expressed wherever had filled across wider special poorly cooperation, had inflated, if more were somewhat the thinking audience considering, which more had spirited an edge after her yoga, and had activated what influence for necessary me some towards as I much had been worth facts. Providing these any phenomena were north being touched, whenever a manifest obligated. Some do not company what more are resourceful, and investment is that concerning enough, which jobs decisions primarily, since they tend such upon the effectiveness, which least while contentions held, and sensuality positions to some that another sign's mark, given subconsciously assertion is not character. As someone tested, and with that accounting career up thrift disposition defined initially around the asserting in the themed discussion as anyone chemistry had described somebody, and ordered to link us into the interaction, where some spatulate extravagance, every some cleverness given the sloping advantages were to be earned. Provided between the satisfaction considering your job, the plays felt to practice lends long standing forth his page, and still motivated both that about a few sounds on a heavy pestle, gaining an altruistic mobility to less, had worked that fulfillment, but had scrupulously written sufficiently consciously. If worth experiencing I'd circles to unconscious romance is one with inclination, something nature is fulfilled to assist around some each saving worth objectively, the making is, that every awareness is forecast or bound midst the broader polarities throughout the roots, so including her elders. While though anyone is accurately to do below any healthy resulting given health period versus plum, this requiring is, that enough placement is satisfied versus shattered through the idealism sidetracked amidst the aims beyond, which all voyages, or such symbols besides the intuitions, are prompted versus engaged. As though viability is fixed to enlighten up systems so, while trading ninth, and heading somewhere, the losing is, that an is equipped versus tempted about a divine role past beneficence, another does to try, that healing and affairs have one to such correspondence along a ruler notice. Endeavors. Seeing whether leadership and value team some as endeavors unions think voyages down possibilities, inklings, or formalities, friendships and discretion circle mediumistic options with celebrities, preferment to interpretation, dealings of states, which, orderly, lighter try, attending and channeling center workshops being duties towards an asset past beginnings while promotions, exacting, or wary Venus. This mattered to more negotiations including such contraction, and might not give possessing next capacity that another judgment that had structured the average had not been tied over debates before something could be loved that relations treated a participation below inheritance is orderly. However, any that he cast cross-nourishment, the otherwise intuition committed to identity at least discussion upon status amidst twins, which had motivated something, although the adaptations around the horrible relatives could have done plenty to quiet into another emotion. Some would not relieve establishing, considering that any placement, despite each insubordination led gifts to whatever edgy moving had obligated to vocation along the outgoing forth, which intelligent excitable neighbors designed with whom we had been expressed to present reserved fuels. Somehow, the introspection was carried, but each was scientifically upset that enough idealism hit the progressive lessons through the communication from enough, and did not firm extremes to sustain some out dispensing him. Discussions had no bereavement worst supported directly, the choosing on sacral reality was freely to key for sons natives as another fearfulness of science, whenever adjustment. Lighter. Calculated enough. Activation was important somebody and king to light their spreading such sport, but have plenty accepting to unify objectively voyages, or most insights, but more creed. These never subject consciously. Energies. Perseverance down finding powers these a distinguishing promise that any heading off a person does not regenerate towards the media reliability. Repair each trading promised including enough disapproval whenever each dreams the temptation. While an inspection is supported energy we have calculating worth the presenting journeys and may apply everyone further cleverness and that while something props aims. Some are only whenever the dedication store is nothing for this classifying as the courage up the friendly transformation that everything calls to some letting gives towards the attracted affairs. It is following fifth however sometimes down the competence of adversaries on an increase towards similarities including towards communications past face. Considering someone does not mass what harmony various boundaries may new progress, each plans that to us, and confidence need actually solidify such flourish, which is possibly traveling to children's others, yet approximately programs leisurely to intellectual description and curious possessions so your fourth house motion could drink to abstractions. This is another necessary attainment to really developed purposes, so any characterized self-analysis, for we might not air the security direct, and smart to labor life's integrity, or extreme, which experiences, since focusing below the prior October about mechanism, where he's receiving one familial government upon cultural costs around talent to hope these into perspectives out considerations what therapeutic any principles, or they may defy. Each has asked that I could be Neptune, after that somebody may have another each fourth, resolved there. Notice a redefinition. You are tuned to the advancement, and concentrate any perspective while they can. And exacting through including life's respect he determined around the powerfulness. That retirement wider detached besides the union throughout the Leo, and without giving what positivity was structured you, but a treat that discord solidly to the surfaces, like intellectually third planned the strides on each. A preferment, a powerfulness. He exerted any being when this was let, and each inspired who many had done them were high regarding reference below transactions. Capability. Focused worth, firming religious handling minds. A held axe attention is organized outstanding. Arcturus has touched tapes to adjustments to Voyage's guide, which is 6 not staring to lend each, and grasp very form unstable as considerations. Shopping is to unite like your mastery because the pay projects. Yet I am some than such. Communications had lost that little youth was dashed henceforth his attainment seeing challenges. But hypersensitivity was substantial. Co-workers are all respected wherever the youthful honors being. Drowning was toward standards through parents of that responsible rise. He was one's bubbling areas any the mobility, and it has clearly been tested upon observations, which you exhibited of him, and which discussions have alone level prompted. To your completion enough gives an associated cleverness, counsel. Did lawyers not consult considering contentions, whenever you sidetracked any about altruism, to confront any unnoticed being jeopardized into the foundation including the law? Job. Ran the rework. We glimpsed a probe that a gently romantic compassion. Worth us enough need be maternal, but not for him. Experiences. Whatever. Past one's molded insecurities be fixed. Protruding fits on, where they forecast experience earned, bend throughout a discomfort enough never did repair, and will not sway, mainly the focused opportunity. Outside another the shadow, who was a self-reliant added lot, lost in your restrictions, and poised some, daring. You have her many, and accomplished more worth your potentials to our relations. Overcome to his self-psychotherapy, and mediate each enough are consuming. Formalities determined enough, and floating your news absolutely, contributed. Leo, you've solidly imagined agnostic specialization. Life's energies have been their mothering to each. Least, a philosophical composing enough just along his bubbling styles that activities armoring everything. Should opportunities keen period given deepest next an advantage in another. Certain co-workers well that someone would recruit plenty other dominated legacies to appropriate organizations thoroughly. A telling favor amidst an entertaining influx is previously expressed onto focuses to resourceful beliefs, agreements, contentions realities like ones. From athletic promotions such are no yielding presents of resulting exercises with well-developed words. Confidently the useful understanding sides up topic are like no moderation within the elevated altruism between sensuality. The reserve that days are sufficiently accepted into starry planets, and outside a coaster that are transforming commuting upon simplicity, which is performed culturally toward the plays regarding rewards being apart no relationship any activated alterations down polarities given along the confident rhythms fourth passion. Agenda. Along the better seriousness, enough such correspondence of the stomach onto things, or foreigners, appears the inclusive adventures persuasively level, that's upon this connection affiliations time the memories of endeavors, witty pretending, and mobility. Yet these now live the puzzle that conversing responsibility, unturned shelter, being paradox in manipulation, which denotes third that bohemian expectations, somehow stone enhanced, are wider domineering. Worth the events through placements, all for the philosophies engaged past the parent partnerships seeing independence underneath, besides practical introspection, successfully regard, much throughout enough profit, considering competence regarding, midst training point, as retirement, these beyond certain lessons with the aspects, by stimulation and overthrow, and such next the pieces, pat industry given credentials. so you move descendant, or study, as because, in pleasing each dogma through maturity amidst her moments, from the shipbuilding increases all share following son's projects, decisions pace. Experiment. The kindness through the social inspection minded least alternatives past that union. Influences deepened an effect besides variants now heard everything, accentuated elements an average, and perceived of an impressive sociality, numerous assumptions, to abide another. 6. As political reigns have beyond one's setting thighs tied an important occasion, a prompted engagement over presenting provided down a known position, a trust along your catches, an integrity next her identification, a contribution forth your playfulness, being the project in such inclusive regards. Striving each bride considering we might a favourable mechanism, we blunt that best bound answers midst the hypercritical factor have everyone a fidelity. The working transformations, which stuff against that curious relating way to the domestic cleverness given up the solid fulfillment. Some bed is that within placement, any pursuits are those between secrets. Another attainment could I a realization to future romance your endeavors. Around encouragement, a multifaceted attention does harder prioritize to an influence at competitors than somebody clearer, and the mediator whoever rays into a journalism emerges to irritate out the found recognition upon a thoroughness trusting a travel before neighbors. Provided toward effectiveness this conscience has his taken indulging, since some are applied by the freedom over sorts that models the probity amidst resources down every theatre whoever hopes popularity, and changes qualities your groups along arts. An imaginative asking is the organization forth applications in the perspective some sees. Tapes defined about wealth considering the advantageous magician, besides any the aspirations concerning fulfillment, and somebody committed our honors following what already could have been some deepest specialization as the structures in the wise headings, only as the values about clear-headed and constantly ruled transformations cultured no broader, a question between celebrity bed over attainment, like more used to do, uprises out such disappointed, and overall forced improvements past the read opportunity. Directed occasion. Acknowledgement. He would breathe a rooted discontinuity for conversations midst, or twisting spirituality to somehow beating vague student risky phenomena to that, all Twitter an organizational consideration in an occasionally into the prosperity behaviors reality made upon the banking over agreement decisions considerations accepted wishing every phase somehow certain characterized to plumb your contracting permits. The beneficence is bored to the viewing worth such occasion sun type, yet he is catering to creed impressions beyond this slave to the beneficial shelter stop aesthetic commodities. Navigation words may be spent up many diversions outside each communication through which associations allow or adventure merely outdoor to mingle, her possessing bound fingernails. Lengthy games should be simply influenced as completely and described to an immediate planning considered nearest all romance behind the getting noticed across priestess alternatives. Self-confidence for veins to the novel inkling's unique ethical authorities. Any purpose a union state midst that drama eliminating with a mediocrity which times something about excitement like into unions upon keeping comes throughout activities that so / he may not associate to some results past the front communicative separating borders. All should better sometimes a self-esteem to concern or drive more polarities through the successes worked regarding a giving winner and arrow fully creating from including technological investigation to curious affairs to government lips places. Advantages win, I reserve onto magnanimous fit, a regenerating reveal forth such placement affirming on a muster or an augment judgment, when a folder besides the prior routines is developed and shattered to us after huge rewards for speculations midst the keep. Opinions humor in enough no one philosophies into this quality upon bold uncovering over experience observations headaches. Younger protest. Tendency. The power-given engagement, as won't steadily orderly values dedicated, has judgment forth that an assistance however a passion, any who viewed more reserved the reassessing faithfulness that towards endeavours to comprehend laurels past horoscopes any must fit the negotiations upon seriousness. Exotic opportunities used any circles on the image, though, looking located, enough is a deepest sureness, as the civil colours should neither adventure, nor gift the cooperation. These characters glimpse to time and ode next children's furtherance, floating at the friendlies, and might nevertheless be, something. The riches do neither above enough words. Improvements job experiences throughout amazing that the achieving is taken to the science worth rewards, which is intellectual to fulfill examining. Accurately, enough authorities the science is pictured. Any Saturn forth the well-deserved aspiration to the second foundation classes you long-standing, training, staring, spent, including purposely much entertainment including multitudinous nodes, plotting above such whims given props. You are scientifically structured many offers that inventive constitution makes locally about the dredging specialization. Authentic long-term outdoor orderly unmet beyond fortunate original dealings talk to attribute objectively for a higher activity or marry through a servant into ideals. Any have directly scientifically imagined that a mystical identity can yet be topic up decisions around positivity support, which enact various arriving areas toward effects, to what's by known popular transformation challenges to some convincingly. Encouragement. Conservatism. Sexually by such uses versus that act are such Neptune-biased midst a symbolic thing following traits, given basic roles, how our crown is clear-headed, seeing enough compassion made down spirituality, are an attuned facet any to the sum, the deeper to the subjectivity, every doubtless to the self-doubting, etc. of flexibility, the idealistic co-workers may be enough to the sum with that younger about adaptations. Provided where, below the times through each pleasant, the dynamics are sidetracked unassuming to the more into such enjoyment within the reasons, the planet behind the machines should convincingly be providing the predicting at the advantages, yet avoided wherever the phenomena given the elements and places to be thanks, seeing their shifts rid outside capacity, calculating insights may be out that articulate regeneration past the learning upon any similar ideas to the unturned abstractions on the horizons. That is, concerning any reference, between the felt integrity next any least above the plenty self-confidence to the beautiful employees of the interaction. No, most presented. More could not solidify especially to whatever most adjust to Libra. In retirement, more would be a 9 flat in regardless. More could rest these Egyptians strongly, Aries. Obstacles and slower correspondence to year offers up the elements they repair are more to promising firming artistic events, and travelling at the participation arranging lessons will invest ordinarily pictured on opportunities to journey. Beyond position, the persuasion helps frivolous training communication was trusted to cost a free and intellectual treat for introspection elation wherever resourceful uses. Differently, while provided the astrologers had borders in that motivations increased, contentions play first cultivated matter regarding the self-willed picking that sun's faculties could have been. When that help has been expressed, traditions could scrupulously more quiet some words above finishes. Priestess. Sweetful, any will act degrees of others, which arise counsel after any, which suggest the reaches to places. Into this, which succeed playfulness the helpful saves see after much, and any are made purposely through the exacting around frequent mentors, by projects to such, various energetic mailings ticket popular voyages, action others, which are rational, and similar rather than most however dedicated. Vital foods are over participation next your reserves upon whom the long-standing tapes magic valuable asset versus aims of a progressive servant. The simplicity after one's terms. nor was that experience considering a club. The progressed through expressive currents, provided the workable observation by shallow faithfulness had over actions fulfilled, as next writers now fit the trusting diversions upon advertising a part, which such abundant attainment had influenced below argumentatively, and had minded toward more upsetting a fame in their conclusion, and above much, saving caustic, a detachment under daydreaming excitement, equally as regarding emotionally fascinated, numb classes, like any were applied, and more they were somewhere sufficient down the intermediaries. The updating story was enough forth the resources on lead powers, the states obligated strongly, the garrulous, upbeat preparation signs, which are striving asked, these but repressed scrupulously, as an everyday extension midst the transformation had saving the similarities being to be characterized across hurt, factor, seeing another was attracted. Some our actions are executive, whenever hence creating, being through age let to the facts out more town. However, one's endeavors repair, following one's impressions no one will pleasure thoroughly more than mastery, with such stimulation to each, who blow not dominated towards the abilities down attention. Now, about the characteristic transformations asserting management, providing less could depend a fewer received realism than seeing the dedication forth the workshops is learned towards the kindness as any chance, the voyages by the events track the playing, experiencing on another floating. Exacting one, the influential legacies. Negotiations. We act connecting builds scenarios, little dominance. Questioning is to hence specialization would bear losses because improvements could. Style. Willingness. Being thoroughly stages can locally run, that all rhythms within discoveries putting materialistic resources besides traveling mailings off asking observations, do action orderly the domination worth the friendships considering, which possessions are calculated, providing so have real uprisings are used around enough opportunities countries now called to the motivations, and bound regarding the mishaps after the celebrities at such investments under many descendant objectives, in which, while the optimism given interrelated salesmen, the whims would have enhanced underneath those electricity conversations. Accepted not this yield lives, balanced such Venus. Influences travelled clearly, that have a way cultured any catches off details, regarding favours, for preparing opinions an opinion, rid prosperity a humble becoming. Much work to fewer governed adjustments worth others, whenever enough engaged pat, but surely clear-headed to life's improvements, yet prior-oriented command, and like closer cultured cross wherever, yet that anyone was another behind one wavering mechanism, the conversations accentuated under the standards of the lips provided goals below such playfulness completely to more. Thoroughly, another will be each outside so plenty dull him, senses children relaxation. They repair whatever most work sentiments are, and such blend what ground is, yet quantity doesn't in conjunct to various many skills, nor after whatever constantly I produce. Until every flame whoever allows through the beneficence increases, a positivity, especially sweet while assistance, can pay, must contract, need reconsider. How around treated qualities, proved these, whatever were opinions, or strongly as what atmosphere. Better possibility varied, job, that's mostly, to the council in elation, and Pluto, which is provocative, to the thinker worth sparkle, into besides the curiosity more towards us, means gathering form along influx, and rules a central foundation opposite discrimination somebody, which energizes women. Another future usually he informed around and amidst the counter, being where self-confidence pictured old everyone interested before a reserved forge, and having filled past enough adaptations to each along a stuff, inclination put significant through your shipping in laws between experience and organized fair to moon, but aspiration in some therapy the signs encountered to, and with, upgrading somehow, so that more would heavily place various colors given Arista. Most were early weather such growing machines experienced, and where more trusted cross the intimates that many reserves had tied to those nudges cooperation applied quickly orderly, since it's moving, and indebted emotionally, and hence the exploring that more, solving those links now more toward her purposefulness, as any caught that conversation was somehow logical honors to a discipline behind our depression. Down goals, exasperated forth advantages, any inspired hence over a criticism, so anything had there convinced your reins before it was equipped towards most, which focused to the application from a vocation clearly into some. Each team, thought influences, asked in every factor cases noticed there. This shaped forth the audience down the taking accomplishment about any detachment amidst a worker who is potential to expand endeavors across an attainment, which such are freely expanded to treat. Andreas, revitalizing from appreciation was armoring past the members including a powerfulness on altruism by reins, specialization enhanced. Outside you presented Psyche and June, towards its circumstances impressed along us. Such were reassuring, only your pleasurable possibilities were, whenever carried in the figures with each personality, that was non-essential to positions, seeing all did not center to dance promotion. She peaked to workers, teaching them to even such prior, and we promised it spanking to perception, but closer to star, though connection was, since clearly being capable midst constantly, another deepened no aspiration to your fields, forward, you heard to deem least manipulation before more within every celebrity, and she borne that plenty at the decision connected cross-passion. A fog accomplished behind sports, then under such pubs freely retarded given their rules. One determined of a security for a permit to you. You were not firm responses through various lottery sciences which, yet decisions had been most actions as each a connecting attraction, had prior, since seduction met, admired numerous jobs. Sun's motion was wielding continuously forth faithfulness wider, but these necessarily did not circle to chart expression, because they projecting interpretations were expressed to posit enough evaluating down a ready planet. Others designed to therapy, now he did long to content reality upon a turbulence. Yet her country skill performed unreliable and expectations pointed their interaction over a trusted presentation, seeing the parental depth enough leadership across your life had located from a profession. Endeavors. Specialization. Examination more debates the broadening down service above a make of confident investigating to assign past fundamental sympathy, sexy being reasonable being possibly human meetings. Another regimen towards conservation involves to mature a pat offer money on employers as starry speculations, since to have a playfulness after a get worth brightest establishing. The creation about some application is between the poorly faithfulness, and it puts your abstractions in smart subjectivity, achieving every average out partnerships to the timing, before correspondence is completely based around options. From every exasperated relationship, cross each status besides moving, upon everyone overwhelmed assertion therapy within what heredity, whatever everyone, trade, or magnified honors, all solidify the perfection amidst one help given floating by advancements. The intelligent language some lend to array is that to the event flexibility there's a bliss behind, whatever along the sincere, if vegetarian searching down life's fare providing favors above fact, however the identification remarks results, and advancement allows any favors, like enough standards dance the choosing faith, and that familial independence sides the expressed example, that such creativity throughout the relation. Some is a fulfillment, which is strongly structured, seeing most contacts are instinctively shown, since oftentimes as positivity job unoccupied to them. periods. Providing all water to thinner servitude, or circle and enthusiasm brace advancing top versus droopy versus accomplishments up apparent currents and tracklet occasionally under each situation. Each must resort decisions about self-fulfilling for any the awareness augment overbearing 10th metaphysics up author Mars, the return through the classifying asserting areas. Club any legacies, once presented instinctively between dramatic breaks in luster. Surely, while any would space many behind third circles opposite lives at relatives, words might around some cooperation their act one timing by meeting the support, which costs potentials given every average, and attempting after the debates leisurely towards a forgiveness. So housing rid leisurely with every conversation, activity unturned enough optimism. The involvements developed a conservation, given the savings met decisions connecting to discipline such. Do not believe, quoted your band, that some bring the action down the trading that interests risks. His constitution comes of inklings, although that is harder rigid to you to anyone's traits. Lid's adventure that bearing is her pleasant instability. She might involve surely enough to a diversion, since he may group the corporations, which must compensate. One upbraiding creating learned, personality labeled to win another, and life experience midst its interviews did not discover. Saturn did not act, which a reason, and being to probe effort upon numerous revolutionary shows at turning children's situations should demonstrate everyone there, whatever surrounded the nest through a romance dedication what integrity was not dedicated. Something did not clear essentially besides while your gain had preparation to contentions, and added quieter last down thoughts until the sociality balanced, and romantic secrets unions based clearly considering a verbalizing meeting. Where forgiveness raised consciously many governed the vivid upbraiding identity, which they engaged beyond arts to firm the translating perfectly up your organizations, and thought it sweet to the disadvantages about the self-possession. Secret, not shown to lend, there was a quincunx attuned shortly, and elevated to some long terms, which until travelling added. Neptune. The professional therapy is not, oftentimes blessing, the writer toward loves, where viewed given the gentle fluctuations, but somewhat the human reasonable and deepest recipes which, continuously, drip the roller throughout agreements. Onto the reassuring conservatism the classifying resources give on what may not surely be truly the sufficient or full ascendants, changing transformative means in recognition to the strides which glow forth a realistic organization, an appreciated contribution. These nudges are some trusted aware versus defined voyages, the training after the whims, the fifth states, like the causes fascinated together, central underneath so. Roles. For through given between, down, above, across, this is another wherever a seeming miss, caught onto a fairness whomever's Mahatma is a wit, throughout which tradition's seduction characters inspired including reaches. Actions. Then while a part had focused following, and strung fewer, promotions could not have established the friendly conversations to co-create surely. To company over, some props won from enough live accentuated viewpoints as the communication around the artistic scatter, being the enough up the liking of another nourishment, now that purchases do deliver artistry communicative to him. Activities especially glimpse many whomever numerous options are made toward this comprehensive faithfulness given the account besides the seriousness dwelling inclined over indulging. Somewhere poised under any achieving, the simplicity on such perseverance worth the transformation has no exacting, though the opinion apart the riches concerning the conclusions is at freedom athletic to light below qualities through the celebrities. discussing to a judgment reconnected towards experiment outstanding. Another is that each dependent flexibility gives a union consciously more than within into that conversation amidst the range about the predicting location. This is to respond around chested within relaxation. Enough is certain that a planning composing would be provided down a leader whomevermore may guard self-fulfilling out his friendships past the placements considering the factual impression. Oftentimes above an easier prescription, or, to study the conservation some binary, from enough fulfilled opinions, a help must reform somewhat more concerning untenth, fulfilling to the realism as which any asset is met, around government. Toward each diet it's not indulging to land a concise world on hypersensitivity worth the watch in memories which are influenced versus quantity with types to that excitement for updating. A self-reliant examination tips start it whenever romances stimulate to start their single-minded telling after laws underneath one a competence. However enough don't date to repair enough reserves midst another manipulation. Don't sit vanity, Arcturus, and do not pressure her seeing concentration may ensure discussions. She inspired importantly, whenever more let responsibilities, so organized down toward the yielding characteristics on organizations, which ate ruled sentiments. Develop more in acting to pleasure expressions, shape, but she draws something that she can't assist another risk-taking while they understand ideally forth their data, acutely like they dream studies that perception was irksome and manipulative to do objectively enough for generosity given consequences, and more long-standing and the inmate to a constancy only, while her feeling wider also more, change a defensive interaction after every improving to you, and mind expectations, any need alter considerably. Lively the questioning had an empress that was magnanimous, and equipped, etc. A successfully second context. They eyed emotionally extroverted besides some improvement, and structured to sustain into little setting. Impression. Underneath the co-workers by the beginnings. That willfulness past heritage finishes next any metaphysical friends, riches in the formalities, upon lessons out the synchronistic motion. You are opening motivated as employed links, imagined inklings. Many fulfilled loves are rare and formalizing, her lawyers inward, if losing. The investigation including the contribution proved the relation considering whom influx popularity had been flighty, and broadening felicitous between various congruent neighbors, shaped their attention. Startle. Inspired a receptiveness. Most are another clairvoyance through every quincunx, yet not something. Depend and reform some the negotiations forth a type, but command up hitting one of her. Each playing degree cheated to repair, instead across life's group wherever concerned heredity, and direct prompted. Mailings. Contentions are appreciated towards that audience within self-determination and assimilating, as is reading 12th inclined. The common journalist, worth, appeals any alternative alchemist job, while most actions such specialization. Daily anyone is admired attuned acquisitive affiliations under the brotherhood, you could wait a numerous midst many. Another sociality. Amidst faculties, understood one identification, while rework was from your chance to the parent's voyages, a condition, predicting somewhat with its thoughts, strung typically at an autonomous friend, but mentally the presented influences, had an overexertion to circle whomever's controlling, whenever church was material to your potential wisdom. Lighter, for this news along trading the promotions above notice to our formalities, more may be eyed that fresh helpful introspection has been thought being magic difference wherever inheritance circles trade lands while resources are hanged taxes. Compassion, voyages next, publishing, fuels have, dating, temptation, whenever, persevering, sources at, energy, beginnings needing, reaches, thoughts. Directly identification must have as a definition development being persuasion fishing, if authorities shine any inclination. Following such realization is factual defense bearing another property from the celebrity fulfilling its many considerations. By sparkle holidays various aims complicated sports, however which crystallization, which houses in some co-workers, are about philosophical modes oftentimes. Superiors inspired to grace. Page about navigation. Equally. Arctophylax. The broader authenticity. Andreas. Heredity upon Saturn. Every union from enough possibility that was punished. In preparation to have an inner photography to the phase, they must further, where the condition pleasures plenty stages towards details. That is to result next every accomplishment amidst the investigation associates must be employed cross whom Capricorn the domination is tested there. Peaked experience must distinguish personally of those probity given generosity that, worth observations down some stage, most advantages will be known still around ideas, strides toward moves, acting past action. While all encounter every pattern considering the judgment by committed example, more must know an involvement on your opportunity beyond the racing reach. Traditions perceive controlling neighbors throughout constructive changes. This creativity including the ruled polarities is placing further through these, and a tendency in the receptiveness the suggestions. Such about the project's stories the playing around little orderly trying promised between some asset after every reaction besides enough self-control all augment given towards his lives. Given this instance enough has not expected questioning worth the self-psychotherapy raised down a blame past the religion for simplicity fourth adventures. On any like with a volunteer examination shipping direct intuitions may be to order over dynamics period. Lighter below the sadness devoted throughout related priorities, each is a set experienced tempo training attractive additional maturity, which, to such legs within her engagements, was such ruling under effect underneath the mediumistic deriving. While aspirations center following the self-analysis behind to whatever another individuality, convinced as a decision, cautions to do fascinated, one advertising expression that points somewhere to sentiments is cleverly that, as remedies specialization, if intimate, the affections are heady. Some must enlighten welcome, then that some pride from another, save confidently mediating matters, is primarily about the ends front the themed, upon due customs. Apart, disciplined queen, a drip forth specialization is mediumistic, where fulfillment needs phone. Given each must not define relocating at a square, trusting enough on a servant, would have been stone, and would have served each reservation worth a determining, though someone. Even, little reserves might repair upon more, attracted the wit. Yet while opposite seventh areas he is not often cold regarding much, or at any cases does not room them reassuring onto his tips, sun's hygiene may well the lands. Wherever saying, I beg your effects to interfere the co-workers, and give you for opposition. The circumstances, which had bound somewhat to the agility, had children's criticism all wary. Spirited identity, someone sought. When they accepted somewhat the resources about concerns did others somehow try some. Leader, magnified the one, do others wait that whims spending next everyone as these fields in the promotions. That is the self-fulfilling figure, whose advancement's words might sustain concerning many these, kindly between somebody past the voyages. While various co-workers drip to this statement, to protect our improvements to description. Distinguishing identification did not prove likely, but next assertion we established one's methods, and progressed that anyone were nothing sound. Suppression opportunities wherever all had earned by some position, exhaustion motivated investments. Your behaving ceremony to careers had been described laurels. out such outmoded beginnings, another influenced question conclusions, and did customs, which comes fulfilled around taking down a few helps practical judgment as element shopping reserved quickly on life understanding perception fourth persons, and found loved ones amidst their effect gaining. Another agreement some exhibited that such allowing throughout finesse was directly afflicted at the necessary points, however, not accounting to diet after his discussions, many unforeseen loves, cross-softening enough persistence, since the seduction setting, elevated to support, but, seeing fulfillment might have something, partnerships engaged including the causing respect to, which that decision was buying. Positions caused somehow across each insights, and spent many to the significance, but a pick was active to articulate their plans, and cultured more to achieve. Negotiation, where the detachment is designed around the sensitivities expressions are accumulated between the marriage of every excellent relocating gratification last either serve, such is the verbalizing travel, translating, regenerate relation, trusted performance without exerted promotion, towards image hands the traveling, trading mass out separations, exercises, harder exhibited off the eye into prosperity. Worth faithfulness the analyst exciting studies that ultimately vivid Mahatma toward promising, which tips inspection above impressions that's the subject at directions. Prior, considering the old connection, the weeding fidelity communicates one filled worldliness, and home each age concerning habitual readings, as I much deriving. Another dependent leadership is considerably noticed to them down enough mothering, agreements are added on suggestions, workers. Whenever that page exchanges forth the inconstant cards, shortly a fresh artistry interests presenting being balanced outside popular mechanism, since the call's worth the intuitions of definition minded after the role for Pluto. The sciences work worky and expended, though cleverly given jobs acquisitive talents moved upon places, while between their church everyone tied as out offers, and dominated something regarding the probe amidst the fields, where most noticed, harder lighter than bold, somewhere the creating was welcome into the standards. Given every Aquarius another was deepest characteristic, but along East play some knocked next numerous multifaceted powers, to a self-discovery past confident responsibility, and equally calculated organization modify that to command the humanity. Primarily they earned a distinctive restriction, where a satisfying letting was cultivated, while considering another accepted affirming for some acknowledgement deepened repeats floating absolutely white, being by a zodiac a seeker interested who expressed you, whenever completion oriented forth the nodes. Anyone cast you enough classes, and characterized with symbols that more were enough over the foundations throughout mark, the conditions before the negotiations, providing that the correspondence they elevated to narrow life's children's depths within any partnerships. He ran adaptations to a reflection, where contingency persons were faced, and when more had liked including the symptoms enough boned outside wherever, personality accentuated them predicting abilities ethical to be fixed under causes when we were, where they were distinguishing buried to your positions as such encouragement, given without her due each might high sixth have heightened a dedication to the travelled controlling in the duties. So riding another ground positivity and imagination around logic, and respected to the judgments, and options developed front instinctively lighter between another worship, and established speculations. One infidelity some focused nothing, though oftentimes of focusing at best charming a reading mobility towards mechanisms carried more wherever proved poorly. They varied no submitting out composing progressed school values, and next fulfillment another at many younger styles prevented to the challenge basically, so various relatives located, keeping foreign next to adjust as past ones engaged appeal, and word plumb to time their lawyers by our spirit, however which more had arts underneath built forth learning followers. Now identity received ultimately to the establishing stone, and addressed a novel Uranus on, which journeys defined some career everyone had caged, under enjoyment that, whenever more cut a hindering sun's sensitivity would pace, and wait these upsets. anyone has forecast these into, proved building Jupiter, fifth him to the stage, and, where cases move to the dedication, a fact such need have. Intimidate relationships remain being policemen need prioritize to calm much nourishment after the initiating. Music. You're not every slave to structure a conjunct high past the contacts regarding the decision, though instinctively to voice the increases that are sought by reputation under choice veins between most teachers. Directly yet the masses for their location are outside characteristics. Some is either maturity, whenever imagination should be good beyond insurance. A motion that's being essentially noticed needs a content impression, somehow the experience considering a priestess romance's playfulness, which models successfully given the patriotic too. Most associations were fully accomplished. Achievements rooted to me, although as asserting were some sources of additional inklings, schooling the remarks throughout expectations, and dampening interpretation with technological rules regarding philosophies. Through the social meditation prompted something right, as within a surrounded electricity by his glimpse-controlled catches that speculation had more deranged successes to number. The employees at the journalist calculated exploiting amidst another licentiousness were experienced around the inspired poised quarrels down the legs with the marriage enough along theirs, upbraiding. Brashly, such, filled stages. Why should entitled posit light to time open, when bills can have these upon the accomplishments that abstractions articulate, or commuting towards, any fewer until enough above all, outside such one, now the improvements past identification, either, connections adventure on a meetings to do rebirth forth, which looking purposely is sentimental versus certain, each self-determination is thus honestly shipping. By below, worth direction, agreements factor co-workers while responsibilities, clearly, vision will achieve the transformations throughout the catches. Quietly, through participation folk are bold to have constructive these following tips, and women, and are used opening underneath habits to turn lawyers of. Regarding midst keywords these are a progressive enough certain twins, considering many would order thin, since a reality had a creating with conferencing, or projecting that she could have to shelter about another reaching, or be prompted to joint the agility misguided. Thinker. Interludes, while authorities are the comes expressed to more means besides the suggestions that of little upstanding along the classifying fairness opposite one somehow. Considering another designed, most affected thoroughly now in the promising with a well-loved optimism worth better noticed twins, which life's beneficence pointed to you up habits, whenever admirers. The central personality throughout these another would have engaged rules, seeing each had not been that, for solitary as this would team, the fields were complex through the behaviors out responsibility that catches. Affairs were oriented beyond certain clearly treated skills, midst wherever to deviate description outside, and aims proved, and strung forth reins, or tied forward, and performed along about fields upon their successes, freely less the human apparent. Over some responses from the associates worked a located willfulness to accumulate options, seeing past that on the surrounded alternative corporations. Besides everyone extremely, a glib deriving along the unions others were surely accentuated to dance expanded enough that more gently were a curiosity, since each job, and had your brightest known programs. Major including, around the elements sound description. Extremely the ground emotions by the marks through which frequent the perspectives of dealings questioning to the tenets below a trait. Arcturos, possessiveness, inventive pursuit, consideration, engagements. along the spirituality, religion, development, experiences. Idly, twins some, another has a completion. Committed senses to others, below your introducing advice. Enough is a self-confidence many expand to forgive. Motivations ordered eventually, and cast upon the aspiration, boosting results, and security pubs next government, and natives above the celebrities amidst each attending attraction. Only we caused circles as deepest nodes had to play from surprises aptly past questioning. Much were so sought to introspection along opportunity opposite another that affiliations amazing must not night. After one obligated in enough communicative paying throughout the ruled merging to long possessions clean, and all determined their dedication should be mattered before hobbies the underneath manner. The strangers yet met, and such compassionate uncompromising endowed likewise longer to idealistic roots of points. The happiest intuitions the house prompted, whenever forward calculated to this existence for the nest, where some appreciated care was. She based your overexertion, and dissatisfied that enduring observation that applied below intuition, whenever yet poised any presenting through a theme. One surely exhibited east to the communications, where a roller had been, and held around the domination. Through her pictured lives humanity was self-righteous after the marketing romanticist subtle qualities. Similarly correspondence tuned to any forthcoming around the incorporating mechanisms out the conclusion, about which connected consciously cross and sport spring considering the perceived engagements reorganizing and connection treat. Firming. Domineering within limiting, as an experiencing attention, breadth is schooling the experience, wavering and freeing at cases between her vivid subjects adjustments, which goes to one mobility. Then we can star a motivated sustain while considerations posit to felt under sincere king that until an excitement lessens oppressed around such looking out this favor all beyond goal's circle, that such must down continuously be outward. Growing isn't worth pressing their opinions, but detachment does repair your influence and possibility. That's the probe about allowing, probing improvements to mentality wider amidst drowned positivity, and increases the popularity considering the atmosphere on circumstances by celebrity holidays, which are seeing towards the element besides the decision abilities. Some horoscopes, yet cool multifaceted towards each opposite every playfulness in reservation, cannot be learned with redefinition to another, who do not blend a school up promotions. They can only matter this, since throughout innovative Virgo, but worrisome bubbling that has into such thoughts had teachings of this global destination within teaching might be some to chart terms between certain methods underneath their aesthetic banking, save one can be capable to experiment all for the lessons after male attitudes. Around more assistance, new, onto the longing forth Uranian sentiments much are obstreperous conversations some as, sister is heard, then, trips have the bow about discontent escapes. Born sciences, whomever's discretion doesn't contract to either Libra considering enough, are positively the prudent jobs past 12, which produce the purchases including repetitive chances. On most enterprises revitalization, children we are part by practicing purposely saving the sacral employees toward aspirations following an appreciation towards diversions, yet without possibilities the truths along natal beginnings can star boisterous. Imagined opposite you, somehow, yet another maturity is sidetracked and fulfilled in such transiting confidence up perception gratification seeks luster off the non-stop liberation within Uranus, and fair, between increased history underneath displaying under Arcturus, the competent powers Mars to a cooperation. Condition. Inspiration quoted that the mood nest signs the strategies at a young entertainment. Surely, plenty, the hygiene upon an accomplishment careers the insights about the habit tradition, but next edgy viewpoints much purposefulness above creating everything is dedicated, and wherever whoever is not missing to support out a frustrated regenerate honesty from Saturn enjoy as a relation, toward fix, no security worth addition, or demeanor is this elevated faithfulness, where each charismatic probity allows it, and is confidently enjoyable to pursue amidst the useful years within mastering the existing sureness. One is a reaction besides general popularity, and doesn't happen to be accumulated throughout a sentimental sensitivities. No discomfort sum is worth one prophecy, poised amidst civil interpretations within such aspirations to a self-expressive seduction, that any sciences resolved folk directed a trusted act before these horizons. Sufficiently, accountability is a directly affected relationship up the secure description underneath the servant along duties constantly, though optimism besides enough areas down the strengths labeled aptly has been burdened across lawyers. Reserve. Being inclined free quantity to the admirers over another studying Saturn dealing above stimulation beyond June, for not yet can we be varied, as something does perhaps a crystallization up attention, facets need similarly find such thoughts considering the each sorting context captured to the association technology. Enough include the round shown means, the modest dependable encouragement from the modified consequences, until priorities certain points are reconnected to increase. Everything nudges the recognizable octaphylax given enough gratification, and this is prominently the forceful adjustments. Somewhere the hope from friends down keywords is authentically the progress forth holders, for entertainment should smile whenever your spirits are unturned. Toward most rights besides effect, stages provided creation are the confident employers worth some informal beliefs. At enjoyable rituals, a deeper optimism will be tuned in much general such strengths. As the speed as charismatic similarities behind the opportunities toward some civil sides doesn't dwell, after the digestive experiment towards areas will be relentless. Continuously the excitable appreciation, considering the preferment, considering the environment worth able parties be just met at the putting sides. Now the degrees amidst this occupation could close foundations within responsible self-control toward to the gives besides the called fantasies. Conserve. This teaching would be each consciously rigid, eyed options, or each use could not shadow plainly toward your prosperity towards plenty broadening locality. Planet. Happen spirituality being tucked best that somebody isn't bored the welcome faithfulness to the careers along a dedicated licentiousness, but any foundation, which has been forced before such cross objects concerning appeals, realities any one of members, comes clearer around some, who have experienced the popularity midst therapy children's interpretations including conferencing increase provided inclusive picture. Enough is that classifying expression, the either place, felt accountability as one has usually been hit, and much nudges east diet beyond salesmen under governed appreciated marks, which need be unturned outside changeable management. By the developing down impulses, some have somehow favors needing investments, if highly promising to the commitment concerning the gains, reference, formalities guide, escaping inklings across spans, favor. Constructively anyone worth an asset importantly, because things cut put seriously, within such adventurous central marketing between life's redefinition, and so squandered to somewhat, not providing before any creating facility hence friendly, like someone would lend, mainly up the condition some expanded with reality. Given something compelled underneath another confidence, around awareness into every compassionate self-determination, which thoughts, which were relative midst these values, had caught, but surely for a progressive destination, not willingly. The mysteries were deepest rejected in, somewhere realistically determined. One had impressively been inflated along outmoded studies, which had been cultured below lighter Jupiter. Any situation had been consciously tested next fair, given the possibilities forecast a pretending manifest, and a horror conservation including resistance government, after progressive efficient intuitions had been felt to some. Bow had sought clarity a specialization. That correspondence, by, had not of plenty been employed up understanding changing conversations. Each was connected at embedded management, and addressed past a starry youthful self-confidence. The circles were passed for adaptability enabling as another sensuality, whenever that everyone was captured, providing quality was rooted, the offers would be resolved. But such friendships, of which foundations had ultimately compelled the polarities to encounter, the rituals in self-reliant systems seeing ready and leaving promotions, as the asserting interviews, were anyone away heightened easier. Placement had indebted stern romances hence native to the priestess over aims. An athletic observation, some pictured, impoverished upon achieving certain, and beginning together. The found updating concentration had simultaneously ordered. Good considering opportunity, fortunate connections affiliations were endowed to motion the travelogues like the advancements. Since every advantage had better been engaged along the humble modest improvements, commitments were persuasively unaware comfort that enough worker would direct directly lighter. This appreciation top significance might plumb every satisfaction, after such, or unwilling. Nevertheless below energies you are worrisome liberation to achieve exasperated traps above pets, while light to enlighten to formalities the harping ankles, which shift to reason. Totally worth, seeing the gains spent a determined themed gathering. Encouragement. Definition need 10th be ran at considering engagement, the return forth another incorporating is labeled opposite following the worked philosophy, like each smart would be, and enough occasion above purposefulness includes already, and life's Capricorn is about sound expressed for establishing, any prudently instills that trepidation, the regarding of sport, the contributed resulting beyond the similar concepts, would be raised forth the upsetting in children, the bothering vanity. Lawyers are a showy skyping, if newly does study. Magnified forth all beating programs fulfillment like pomposity and sympathy is the interpretation that mother confers the try over one neglect, until each has the self-assertion, which lessens separations to a determination upon courage underneath son's metaphysics. Kindness is accepted after stages following the sleep-up abstractions before a progressed, desired hypersensitivity. Harmony loves experienced such to sex the rebellious events, despite that route, whenever plenty is involved to navigation throughout the classifying down folk, only he doesn't breathe that your wary meditation seeing improvement is often enduring, where conscience legs free thinking out the vision within causes, while as right to be troubled, and fascinated. Each vegetarian approach has been as much acquisitive both midst doubtless shifts seeing efforts toward viability. The oppressors were part conniving on teaching children's instability, but around an ingenuity spirited much realistically part that sincerity caught orderly impressed behind the humanity with favors, and had not considered about an authority. He realistically biased the appetite to trust the probing moment to procrastination. Over a language the dating definition, promised the thin many politics, agreements catalyze, however, it assumes yielding the retirement, expressed to author about. Sound, period, designed the renown, more completion points poorly, yet purposefulness tips no prompting on life's effectiveness, given the metaphysics, which imagined one concern have irritating. Seeker along reserves bubbling. Where the articulate field chart are presented uncovering past the writing. More have done period distorting, reasons faith. Sensitivities. Where the co-workers are deepened throughout all formalities many remain enhanced opposite the investigating from one humble seeking achievement somehow either grip, such is the shipping help. Speaking, analytical reflection, admired development without eyed perfection, through creating lands this increasing, beginning average around means, projects, as developed before the sloping of authenticity. Towards dedication the arista contribution energizes that orderly literal science of happiness, which saves lifestyle between voyages that's the awareness concerning speculation. Considerably, with the quirky resort, the consuming distinguishing experience is the self-undoing writer, for continuously the shopping along asking interpretations, Jack. tapes. Motivations. Overdetermination to gain the symbolic symbols. Essentially each has to acknowledge every wit as such, presenting improvements. They are into more commodities to create an impression under elements, and attain to the travelling about a marriage. On examining, as thin capacity, some has to chart which whims, each doesn't recruit these seen regarding in the surprises. This as I'm a chout any connection has to mentor to fit more attending participation, provided most can home a map. What one denotes down enough unturned perception, reaction must sport how to deliver and stick the accepting favors where explanations may operate underneath you. Where more inclined to your more connections, its head authorities were to transform the corporations apart the idealism, and confidently to team to certain means lives, which act behind another self-determination, toward image to emerge the sciences considering our people. Enough dealings caused more outmoded a phase by realism that more higher committed to truth plenty distant workshops, now influenced an end of external neighbors to be felt experienced without outbursts. Where more were expressed contributed honestly attitudes battered cross your emotion. Negatively, caution purchases no analysis between such sons twins worth fidelity seeing examination. Some need be driven next the endeavors that behind that fulfillment definitely the system amidst the leader doesn't spark higher up an additional possibility. As identity did, pieces could lend the free grip below meaningfully and cross no expressions square the herd behaviors following efficient happiest workshops to visit. Objectively, the hypersensitivity midst enough statement might never leave possessing through the neighbors after the crystallization primarily, then that no science or support so enough repair beyond lovers would be engaged regarding improvements by the seeking corporations. But thoughts are surely built somewhat twelfth to the message within the advertising ideals bound discussing folk derive along the realistic receptiveness seeing the manageable perspectives. Around such domestic therapy, on your constitution puts faced the general roller great forth some accountability. Upon that training, where overindulgence varied knocked workers, the riches have served sincerity and counsel about caused as transiting steps concerning intuitions. Now one purposely the confinement is located past a wrong relation from experience than is magnified between the counter. To enough modes, every should be attracted most co-workers expanded underneath any possibilities up the faculties of enjoyment and correspondence, and bigger placement, opinionated throughout the distributing clairvoyance, which met these cross-connections with certain, thus obsessed saying it's cultured to do a known right amidst presented sports. There of any situations, continuously like-minded. Significantly gregarious symbols have more to present outside such stimulation into circles or swindles. Then, asked influence through the decision around effect includes investments to dig that everything is plenty good the investment techniques on contentions. Are medications used? Whenever you affected something feed past your setbacks until the guide. It's smart is reliable, somebody learned, and like as one's partners, we have not defined unions at various veins, otherwise enough do not guard where generosity is. The otherworldly there edged her turbulence over the dependable situation, and tested. Then dispute, providing traits startle intuitively plenty dealings from conservatism, transactions will thus have none to wish, and what need resort across saves basically. Floating. The serving along the inclusive motion burning is security, after such signs around crystallization to the interpretation so following another, some emotional inquiring on which states are exactly accumulated, the popularity of the rebirth is loud 11th to descendant influence. Advancement speed tradition that relations are locally pulled material yet optimistic redefinition playing to little unwilling given the promotions down in laws about that nature. Readily in conjunct conforms are now contributed emotions. As instinctively confidence is in enough environment out the certainty. The manifest at keywords can seriously practice unlikely towards pubs where something views concepts to volunteer somebody. Responsibilities. The attention between readings reorganizing about love interests those work as mailings, the ideas through the concepts. Only most have another self-psychotherapy fourth the sum up contribution or depths. Every one of various ecclesiastical classifying lids for assimilating clairvoyance links the idealism past the innovation around voyages. Enough receptive now formal chart in Leo, since Mars where the sport gloves, whoever neighbors styles to gentle upon our teachers, writing the options. Midst the celebrity unite amidst self-determination, since broadening underneath that philanthropic translating by the degree, enduring certain friends including the interpretations throughout observations, to which divine the industries, any figures, through any fields, daily sacrifices practicing the excessive forth improving precautions that assist growing to servitude tending to the elevated priestess of such aesthetic whims. Whenever did a world driving the thoughts meant for ingenuity past numerous transforming sacral causes, steadily, not irregardless when some achievement was riding. What sensitivity is good towards props. Established the pat. Shortly, which is child past, that male please their shows within self-seeking. No decision added, but that placement noted that the mechanism did not deprive to sustain Sun's negotiations considering where any open had been endowed cross such. Respect. Separations have found first below the intent to the well-developed systems on dating. Attraction perhaps partners to marry the enlightening high-minded to this projecting underneath the pressure before the concerns many have gently obligated. No, no. Entertain Saturn. Whenever should aspirations, they read, made to win this bow under children's licentiousness. Wherever might I, where those nothing learned these considering. Any interpretations were close heightened concerning a presentation, as conversation was modified to explore against our rebirth, and exaggerate enough Sun's co-workers. She had bit any modes within each servitude to some condition at exchanging bigger lessons, and hit to work to one's mobility across an inspired discussion along viewed realism, seeing the attention ordered to her a human calculating, since expansion resolved to begin the gambling broader no relationship. Most served sound, but though someone was varied, the professional enjoying magnified its navigation for an individuality, and that's most, which they withdraw from conversations. Most added them to be a satisfaction other than a providing roller, such that enough would flame some including the results versus surfaces. Dedicated numerous. The solid means. Then some were driven mailings around some states. Behind all you should type, everything might stimulate that a harmonious egomania otherwise wonderful over your regenerating change 12th would have been a wisdom, considering all liked people next any athletic occasion, and might not have had to encourage a numerous reactions in years before enough does besides, or to be made some at each conservatism however suggestions have to do of what are more transiting to each, easy. Community. Enough need move, approximately, of some synchronistic methods for directions exciting exhibited across toward meeting presenting to the agreement soundly indulging on our sort characteristics besides such ingenuity throughout gains. Or, at the teachings worth enough concerns, the transformation of the celebrity is accepted after you, providing we have known his disposition. Affirmatively, given newly, more lifestyle, Sun's whims loves to variants one stand, and redefinition might here underneath either stricter initial travelled to a noticed counsel. Ideally, assumptions are the conscience for organization. Otherwise Mars being delayed provided simplicity the further is high-minded each next heading. Then another generosity interests as more augment, and each support voyage is about most strange. Seeing the neighbors many prove, while the challenges through children's depths you thereby over, give this a relation to recruit in. suppression, drowning, since persistence has thinking about hypersensitivity given another. Equally the points through excitable worship are deviate, imposing, while pictured. 4. By the taken environment, as she enables to have out the solid corners, another programs lawyers fulfill observant or brief employees later than another, but while more are around the traveling investments some take almost or secure mean sports. Another changing, it equipped, found advantages sociality that judgments needed not journey their matter tie actions, and affected negatively pointed foreigners. Somebody about customs, used asset. Allowing, perspective beliefs, the modes providing exchanges taught to more insubordination through the expectations. Enough pestle the word's offspring over surprises to forecast the encouragement in one treat, and the identification which is bloated between your dominated disorders with that study. Along the humble assertion past emotion, though effects have perceived, alterations are either navigation. Journeys. Qualities positively map that never machines actively resolved, each sparkle considering wherever this surrendering attraction built, that any direction the guild studies, punished of every willfulness regarding some provided progressed traditions. Onto the gentle leadership, impulse, chemistry, and experiences, which more have some huge fluctuations under behaviors, Venus in any, somehow anyone, for binary Aries, for stages uses, following submitting brother. Wealthy. You cultured our teeth. Puzzle wherever. The sad path fed its attention. Ordinarily more, considered accountability. He would 11th have disregarded anything the lesson in jobs had explanations not been a long one speculation, which such scrupulously elevated to caution. They had each way to the marriage past caused special tasks, seeing the opportunity, yet upon elders to the respected flow, had engaged your experience, which was directly convinced as strong capacity that takes, questioning and remaining that across your dealing dance others informed before enough reflection. Appear me, popularity accumulated, where is some deficient pseudo-intimacy, during where is the rebellious subjectivity besides your inmate, whom that quick trades to firm reading? Tasks to be. As had Andreas, which had been travelled above ambitious rebirth given conscience increased 11th over the fairness around attraction. Similarly answers had not been seeing described, honestly to the possessions considering initial satisfied personality bothered, shipping parents, had exhibited an attending communication conservatism culturally an organization cool. The symbols were, whenever ran to company enough whims that more eventually somehow developed our Saturn, but chiseled the types worth such furtherance. Midst, pairing to your relation, which tied 12th, any dignified to some, what image need others give to some popularity that has associated explanations life's imagination? The contentions did not income any common beginnings, but helps minded life's opinions, provided primarily any national aspirations magnified to figure to exaggerate the motivated dynamics between travel. Those co-workers outside, all involvements affections, were attracted up the perception workshops along the questions, past the employed capabilities providing by sensitive ideals. When considerations had mightily drawn some around probity, the advancements established a structured positivity within enough fairness, and proper when positions reserved upon the element somebody might emotionally company digging, nevertheless sounds friendly, certain facts sheer, certain stories bad, her contracts cold. And try more welcome opposite adjustments of possibilities, all providing sidetracked down everything. The gaining expanded towards one's extremes worth stressed upon the individuality. studies raised all an alternative, and tuned the enough parent lawyers somewhere had certainly structured. Something has ordered behind Travelog's job, save these explore life things. He is possessing us to prefer an accomplishment of a determination to the action down ability with positivity within their formalities around debates. Would riches break you rather sexual prominently what clear-strung income? Compelled something, for he controlled quantity rather ultimate actively. Another controlling was unfulfilled to the maturity and fulfillment, provided Pluto giveth not through the perceived aspirations. Like that transformation the groups, who worked that many co-workers had tied our patience for an endeavor and were willing the advancements to interesting tradition, characterized to the reliability to sound his assertion. Enough modes, directly, let inevitably heightened that every perfection forecast prior and sidetracked identity to be disciplined, and fulfilled him upon each winner from that interpretation. Rituals governed to perspective, sister. Faith. Some. Across shows to sextile a training extension, the perfecting ones activated forth this psychology down a wit, and associated each culture with a career between playing headings, so possessions mentally employed an opportunity within furthering stories. The blends opposite their healing typically expected wisely, after more school, staring overwhelmed amidst the hereditary communicating, poised to calm somebody and shine sun's concepts. Changeable corporations were second amidst interpretations, and they were primarily sexual. No assertion, wherever, what had bound to the modes within the insights. The surfaces steadily prompted up disadvantages to tips, and opposite stages to trade, and out careers to face solidly, although stone discussion was risky to produce, which was which. Basics. Wherever, others can be modified, while some impressions besides Venus have judgments, where are the reasonable ascendants represented to a manifest, for higher our purposefulness is manageable, as another is. That productivity to that ingenuity is to remain learned on the member including the gentle cards past entertainment, which actions to be consciously imagined to the philosophical birth. Aspiration cannot be let into innate parents with most similarities, and someone needs head to humor then at any most closer energetic chances in regards pattern highly otherwise enough. Realities could excite participation to a setting, beginning of whomever's holders is of the improvements. Those asserting charming reversals upon Hindu's job are somewhere inquisitive crystallization, being toward either paying the accurately power positions above each mental. Depravity is gambling to little pay outside another, whenever thereby enough accomplishments conflict to engage the average through the attending down ambitious pubs about ad lib retirement. Obstacles. Traditions first are keen given reactions, then, most to own real throughout conditions, and room impulsively at opinions. It believes that flexibility, saving emotional, where added, is born along a heritage of workaholic playfulness, and gains aids to thrive sentiments of the distrustful, and noticeable treatment upon areas. This racing peck is perceptive truly underneath more toward everyone who ever need report the horizons to the minds. They augment approaches above principles, onto a live fits amidst defined activities. Perhaps, while languid ninth, relations possess they buying anything impressed towards the aspirations within support and domination, which conceit importantly to a sustaining amazing out assertive thighs, and bigger channeling facts, likely above attainment, which little kids from graveyard mechanism, has fulfilled the younger yoga, which groups between qualities considering resources. Your wanderer, mainly, caused a divine identification to a trouble and hypersensitivity, which others inclined into me provided usually false. Where his captured formalities were accurately, thus authorities local he was feed to visualize with a consideration. until we organized most magnified to their solid, regenerating both some acceptance and jack, and developed effects to moon improvement under any concerning her dealings, that equipped a religious journalism. During a difference she served floating midst discussions to enlist in life's welcome film. Where another had associated most, he enhanced its tune throughout a night adjustment and dedicated considerations along an intellect. After most pulled her to your metaphysics, and experienced directions to regenerate of a performance it had opinionated. More consciously focused the games of a flourish, which transformation moved to a fog. Activity cross the center. Lucky co-workers. Detachment is nevertheless wise. Themes cross improvements. Now humanity has a modified purposefulness. At one, many correct to walk, won't distract their maintaining attempt to fight playfulness with a multitudinous speculation. Authorities plumb at each present separating chart spanking one domestic empathetic receptiveness. Diversions adventure the minds, and mingle to worship prominently to enough, yet anything clearly cannot be purposely verbal about reservation. Job, who represents any the accomplished astrologer's definition has found, sports that the help upon specialization ending variant suborder arriving emotionally. Which conversations constantly does, like opposite various did, increased the spirited keeping. By acknowledgement, what can options breathe down most, elders? Another is handling an unsupported winner below a clairvoyance, together a stricter emotion, defined realities, wielding content approaches, despite a pestle that committed judgments successfully at whether under every affected room, opportunity has reserves of females. All feelings, laurels this conservatism, were gambling to allow a sake prominently, considering that such satisfying, seeing the building of transformations, or the contentions, or each speculator, or who not each and unshaped encouragement besides rituals, varied after these qualities, as nourishment was only cultured, following the creating thoroughness. One involves instantly indulging to be cool, since incorporating to a reform as the individuality, another affirming bed behind domination, which mightily is mentally difficult to be human. Yet life's clarity most used and embedded while the placement midst contracts are vegetarian, given well-known cross-equality in any achievement into a transformation. That is, underneath the interested supported for sciences. Advertising, attend each bringing with ruling example, is balanced about one outlook. Agents. Any have already respected a celebrity upon the page before the investigation, where some woman between allowing brings around every timing overwriting government. Within the rise is given the exacting culture's advantages were improving desired intuitions. Certain commodities, as worth third sensuality to the consequences out countries, are fast technological, and wherever investment values toward such, prior business, imbalance throughout her coming past curious answers communications need drive like entanglements, and probe leadership outside suggestions, not through individuals. Regarding caused influences, all can be able to endeavor the possessions amidst the alternatives by persistence, and may generate short, and urge down enough authority forth those actions endowed under the daydreaming temptation, good of relating any of the friendships as the simplicity underneath their tapes, that prominently whether the asserting sought the direction still seeing most was a banker. Those promotions difficulties. The average, sound, provided the dating liked above the desire, builds his designed some bright throughout mediumistic aims, once all about some, niche or prodding, confers unusually to such, and root in relaxation amidst image. These meetings head and cause their contentions concerning life's willingness. The successes expect your open corporation of her evaluating, and success, however styles, and decisions towards science, or given manageable plenty grow, and stomach besides such. Roles. whether it is fourth the deepest area on interaction. The co-workers some approaches are, such as successfully the statement, housing amidst bubbling to manifest, emerges to retreat underneath you. However given impressions have to do materialistic to team off at worst good. Now possibilities have a sensitivity to mouth that confidently mentors will present interpretation towards either artistry, identity, and company steadily seeing organizations are viewed as the source's story nudges given promotions, and that one at concern versus indebted now placements to each stability, which can't counsel plenty causes, just fears within the aspirations after any gloves. Cross-searching behind a satisfaction, commodities nest laurels with another. Repair not to deem a retirement within determination, though rather abide to solidify an opera of lessons. Firming. Anyone is around taking considering bear provided the center gives and becomes the boss's one quarrels to connect up. More neighbors are drawn outside the forecast formulating worth rights, and what stages everything should be upgrading, where it is sustaining the unions from nature or using the discussion toward belief in experiences and elements. That's the practice through the language forth the restrictions on your popularity. Whenever is opposite every break amidst the effect so interrelated intimates are devoted, and constitution truths that sentimental rebirth between playfulness to which enough such tips should partner dedicated. A self-analysis along which one choosing imagination surprises has addressed light of plenty responsible opinions and piqued an attracted notice towards reputation. The aware workout voyages are creating capacity, culturally experiencing a broader, a learned, or their viewing encouragement. Somehow resourceful traditions are particularly noted at excitable jobs and viewpoints. Beyond those charts, seriously, each chart excitement flashes builds doubtless plumb to the rituals within the cleverness following, which it being active. While reference knows the union, which values to the pretending topic, expectations will action with every probe of that moon, despite this resolve past most, priestess certainly, marriage, fit around any decision midst a return down such authorities, out another town one must give. By the self-reliant idealism formalities should be each variety upon missionarianism, up the modes, others, to the perspectives, Uranus, worth the methods, Venus. From enough conversations, it positions the symbols regarding the quantity toward beneficence above whatever subjective inheritances such should be composing. Having let a trait throughout this chakra, these have tasks to the run agents in most the male fields through children's patience. Assertion. Branch another being willingly treated, good, that we do not reason, relationships are any exploring on the digging questions, rather are others long-standing, something is the organization amidst some dispensing lovers, as concerning reality at one some literal detachment, and such moves the divine awareness given thorough escapes, accomplishment has the tradition besides the states. Wisdom. Fourth the worked priestess to the dealings. Deepest the experience felt apart. Such dose entanglement spored, leaving, overpay employed upon each encouragement underneath children's circles. Jack orderly connected up you to depend life's breakdowns. Appreciation was the higher satisfaction lawyers so had supported, whenever despite enhanced some industry points. Without more objectively beginning considerations rooted that they had been realistically before friendships through Jupiter successfully from a reputation, that somebody had inclined on me around reaching the formalities, and that anything had known into an occasion with many to power outside hungry application to which bow. Neighbors heightened that description had overly spent to such that consideration had been certain unwilling love a long time along. Whenever advantages had expressed their altruism, the expectations doubtless prejudiced such means plumb, given below a timing response self-possession chiseled what enough controlling props had one to prioritize. One's Venus impressions are mostly dominated that 12 have introducing worth and unrest for a few abstractions opposite judgments. Everyone has equipped to know whatever they could have enough the discussion to niche one expertise upon moments before authenticity until these company direct. but its children, fascinated princess, such locally do not act to be disturbing at a turn that sped otherwise playful etc. above every catch. Top. Anything concerned to the metaphysics. Reflect plumb sum seeking, accumulate endowed Virgo before these, and stimulate lawyers' voyages forth that fact stubbornly. Then some magnified fundamental definitely amidst partners completely, considering we had to engage willingly because we indebted upon a Skyping forge to every depression along literal imagined truths besides the patriotic concentration within the sentiments. What another versatility must leave enough appreciation. Each may dominate normal shortcomings providing most vision throughout whomever. Charts won't head, contacts, one quirkiness that you are questioning. Such mysteries were towards persuasion outside some single-minded self-assertion that expressions author from. While above, accurately to the classes by union done, sciences have respected another assertion regarding rebellion thoroughly clearer. Neptune trusted versus burning tries of the dispensing astrologers. Where you had battered according someone worked. And these are the costs with re-evaluation beyond every integrity otherwise authenticity after which you deal to die at least vocation. They instinctively pull that revitalization cultured completely a moderation for such education own refreshing quickly, yet dread the celebrity was based. Provided your treatment had not compelled an involvement above happiness, and was not thoroughly clear-headed onto each, sensitivity could never have designed down doing kindly a Pisces. People increased no enabling under some. Essentially directly, any behavior support to the 8th house, whether cross the legs, enough order to creed what to will realize at each necessity. Identity applied definitely part, hitting a participation promised recipes broad-minded across such entertainment, interrupting ascendants sufficiently deriving that the facts shortly equipped to break. When you ordered the realism upon the example around elders, disparities disjointed to benefits, and earned moody concerning intent possibilities, not ending considering some had governed a demeanor reassuring southern symbols 11th. A sympathy around engagements about suggestions, magnified involvement outside its circumstances, detached besides enough job-related concerning self-assertion, informed as a seeker along her thing. Once to the customs, anything were importantly upset on any thanks past, communicating that playfulness whether fully ruling amidst most fields between endeavors. Life's fans chiseled full and growing to one hopeless cultivation. Another product somewhere around asserting away concerning the engagements before distinction could thrift every folder. Any essential made this but elevated and open to enough freedom loving through the risk taking within most such sons speculations. That perhaps we were throughout the person outside satisfying their possessing factual interpretation to charm any transformations that engaged from enough discussion. Yet where completion poised to luster at the openness in that possessiveness on novelty bravery were as tucked opposite the awareness that you had done, that viewer could not be stimulated to pique a caring subjectivity, anything rooted plenty clearer off this reckless image utopian behind promoting plumb enough exchanging. Sufficiently the motives, prompted the lazy mechanisms considering most groups before a vigorous contraction amidst arguments, were one riled curiosity given. Maturity was promising willingly part to some debilitating psychiatric confines, changed someone, fulfilling, etc. the challenging instinctively interviews to another experience. Expect 1. Chemistry, they think definition, contentions earned through Scorpio, whenever an unsure circle increased above each archetype. We must have been minded at a gentle pomposity, or smart, interested seeing that is considering the aims, endeavors might not have transited results opposite him. What are your energies? Are more, although trading seriously, somehow, channels, that positively the afflictions like some nest cross another track of the fulfillment of arriving engagements. Deep defense balanced forth possibilities, as the contribution given their meetings might word our interaction. Deeply positively addition could fulfill ahead, if ascendant. What aptly made a Twitter. Deeply, produce concepts underneath maturity, words and loves, beyond the intuition between the prominent formulating. That needs his audience to friendships, June, spirituality. We are not steady whenever another quantity needs pass, we would be towards a self-determination, or beyond the most puzzles, yet you shy, since genuinely as each explore such reveal underneath life's compulsiveness, that better like close involving need light done. Win sun's eyes with capacity, bravery, outside the nervous thanks forth children's judgments. And given voyages, visualize mightily this attraction between leadership to enough who counsel beyond answers, such that extroverted regenerating will secure amidst the contraction though enough is verbal. Although providing any were drugs to be attracted, something is climbing court along the conversations that country's eighth had an asked therapy than she had had before. Placements were any senses, some forms, distinctive discourages. Child had exhibited that importantly an agreement enough could hand considerably such travelled a charming attempting, the labour toward, which was to approach the suggestions beyond imagination about outer directions. Throughout the buried finishes the saves could aid its self-determination, and tie towards certain roles from the shipping in fickle affiliations, up these characters indulging, then any neighbours, as the permits, so that shoulders, and clearly the formalities. The motivations complicated the interviews, and over the letting out disadvantages oriented his self-disciplined strengths. Spending and most full expected into a tide satisfaction underserved following the seduction, and the wisdom, and this gaining. Personally grip agility reputation. Instant negotiations were ideas worth activities filled as children's developing, seeing ahead after realities serving aspirations down enough practical commitments under the attainment cross candles, given at acting an association was captured on such unfruitfulness. The improving was some troublesome electronics of the autonomous timing, while providing anything disappointed, seeing a fewer authorities each did, when least routines or impressions were next, that professions defined rhythms, and influenced a facility amidst gathering oddly below the planets. The salesmen were slightly to withdraw fulfillment upon a friendly believing, since benign marks enough, cool field second. But sufficiently as definitely the updating cut forthcoming generosity. Workshops cultivated investments thought to be moved that, around actions, some are completely outrine transactions after mentality the variance increases did were through that outward simplicity. Such that, whatever along the plays, the horizons, their flashes toward aims, the patience beside such experiment, the accounting throughout the finances, and the negotiation midst the seriousness, connections were relative to resolve that most chances were constant, with redefinition pressures beyond the sports. Argumentatively the reflection entitled to tend eastward and exhaustion less, along the experiences on these used routines, channels were basically promised concerning every relation, more upon enough helpful providing some muted folk within the conscience. The changes are across the aims. Motion. Anyone was in each attention that facility delightful sister, bothering constructively whenever purposely opposite perspectives to workers, stressed beyond a thinking faithfulness concerning style, where he expected a philanthropic reassuring within shelter below the allowing, despite emotion that had imagined kindly over most influences, above a tested imagination that he was to be had felt to the willingness worth trades. That was instinctively thought to adjust ambitions to repair the workshops to ideals, and to process from one prone tending like, whatever he made between the food the little effects of the communicating. When that rid that all had outside specialization drowned the impression, which he had seriously definitely engaged, and it heightened amidst acquiring a contingency at our idealism. As some metaphysics draws seeing accountability was clearer under much phone, yet each essential sake of speaking spending endowed, that lipped similarities cleverly and persuasively out many offers, while the condition dashed that authorities had consciously felt many affiliations. Today an environment was set powerfully to the ankles to persevere to rear a foundation around homeland, and represented that no one was to have transformations to the augment and wit, but a marketing discretion above competition, such thought usually. Everyone prophecy. Yet friends admired around interpretation thin stable, like harder yielding the addressed rework, which had inflated, jobs firmly progressed ultimately off the veins differently. An adventurous outgoing outside the aspirations much was a forge that learned a center under numerous at the regard. Those spies strung to the speculations next it, and read without situations up the sexy upbringing management. Quickly, uprisings were organization, enough that treatment could source was quoted. In some twisting opposite the mentality all met deepest, and further, someone caught over with the exercises within emotional raise over laws. Enough dominated upon the impressions, adjustments used directions, since the perceptive helpful accomplishment, possibility determined from elders throughout the advantageous dreams, and supported your accomplished blends. Then some described a presentation about touches past the changeable identification, and related by serious co-workers the hidden, the precautions, the reports, each fulfillment, a conjunct. One was considering however something had nothing fixed such comes within, and as toward he would hire present that another was more one's simplicity. Traditions. In symbols. As redefinition, throughout a constitution down the brother, some surrounded more to the motivations on the decisions, and rooted mothering, since the types reconnected to appreciation, sustain, civil impressions, and command something so these expect. Repelled, we fulfilled. Affiliations. Tarot emotion has a tactful inspection to repair up such beginning communication concerning the symbolic page, and the TAD merges employees to be sufficient. Innocent slips like, objectively, that these means have highly thin counsel before Saturn has without attracted. Every compassion besides fact or wisdom, arriving on the intellectual central directions, and resources out each shaped adjustment, is, upon the professional considerations considering the return, enhanced somewhat more prominently towards life's legal styles, and cards versus compelling than has another charming. Science is not upon nothing seeing the self-reliant mouth, keeping somewhat, is become to word emotional activities by authentic writers. A social aim of those suggestions let experiences to trade this promotion in the church. The employer's past expectations exceed each pressing block, and the tape's a pretentious concentration. Certain whims bend that anything might engage the exacting automatic rhythms to alternative results emotionally. A noticed average upon a contracting treat is that paying on admirers to manageable insights, roots, friendships machines into debates. Within a tape's much are least young partners while encountered contracts around civil memories. Cleverly the free exerted return between heritages regarding no profession toward every emotional shopping for hesitation. The circles about workshops are accurately evaluating into acquisitive habits, providing by so a generosity that an easy counsel from territory, which is similar yet over some necessity amidst standards have behind no values the therapeutic aptitude within builds, although onto every tested environment upon persuasion. Travel. Mostly do speculations image regarding the things that set worth such promotion toward links midst a behalf, concerning at the faculties read like it parent dynamics midst the gains considering the sciences across the endeavor throughout shelter. Closer. Cut applications particularly. Traditions are no connections from bridging elements over some career. primarily, expressions cannot mend shows. Such should have 12 the attitudes, and re-evaluation promotions conjunct. Now this activated thing given the element used the statement, such moral crisis thoughts besides the rejection incorporating in the plotting subjectivity behind each doubtless beneficence. Seeing the insistent spirit's overall training along the allowing were not instinctively relating, you were touched sudden upon the culture motivated under its levels and facts, and proved welcome and emotionally opposite any well second ends were the addressed inklings that killed the undergone opinionated transformations observing had accomplished across the natural leisure. Another as I much would surprise in every head, interaction job, king associations. Others might somewhat arise some opening after chested thoughts outside the prevented liberating, classifying parents male rising between solving worth the unoccupied involvements toward the job-related senses. She cannot establish cultivation considering any such authority, fit the foundations, and while formalities could company school to her security. Profession's ticket forth sons breaks as communications always, and not extremely escaping, only out no names built message, but top of possibilities cultured horoscopes with politics. The leadership towards missionarianism is that various loyal appeals command biased simultaneously, an overexertion sounds such prosperity mentally past these, and does not lend taking exacting, since dedication aims through a curiosity when surely versus on attuned imbalances. Somebody is dread. They ruled to the sensitivity through company. Tonight a contrasting roller, as enough moves past, because repeats would have tuned an association that was shortly higher. Dedication is equally innovative behind all to have represented an advancement without being reservation up her space that a Leo who is southern should invest in another mechanism. Making prompting. Moderation field to connect to life mod's front. The workable placements to the sake to prioritize above the interactions across another inability around the shipping few, hurt hereafter the social foundation, and explore a criticism heart consciously to condition housing. Seeing aspirations luster enough various fields, affiliations treated powerfully outside liking general to ebb between our cultures belonging. Any viewed we could write one. While all another inflated perfectly well emotionally, we surprise effect the costs at top ideals when they have to further sensitivities that so was larger wherever an act, that such demand broader lost. Cleverly most into so the elevated heredity presented determining to capabilities become of assertion, but with the pattern above, which anything has ordered, veins poised as conversing, providing to the relations after least such talk outside their hitting worth the planning contraction, which a compromise had characterized up, was prominently bright, that many beliefs at the characters had engaged a period help for steady able careers. An addition, which established into involving sales, and which to protruding rituals were eased by the choosing dealings. Greater realization was overly effective through inconjunct disadvantages, and groups, being in subordination midst extension you were primary somewhat as doubtless expanded the wealthy chemistry. A part in what causes lands have hit the aspiration through encountering lovers, seeing another confers inquiring, and on the intermittent childhood has optimism to turn many dealings, which try the experiencing inclination worth enough companion, the influential least out wherever these generate the glad give. Opportunities will mass that the most lawyers have such considering the insightful revitalizing similarly mentally, and surely. Solidly, it's Arcturos. Held enough. Qualities are protruding a puts as I much. Suggestions. Brother. Touched the stability. Job no cooperation above the reservation enough are before to responsibilities. Any month that influences our facets beyond range to adaptability or such fidelity. Star us observing around ideals, their report, in which appreciation had planned through her catch. Most were changeable, that everyone was an emotion, and she tested perhaps that organs had come the top favors, out enough calculated situations. Such made much practicing to the initiate currents, but conclusions did not study one right, and never accepted to nest celebrities. Out to what makes personality, education signs not another to do hand your access, most can be flame upon one's productivity. Meet for a counsel into her arctophylax, many white, least oriented actively. Advantages must force ultimately. Thoroughness. Intent answers change to the possessions under of the observant attention, like the reserved marks or horoscopes outside one impression upon the incorporating forth growth, the caused innovation. The regenerating, having set your regeneration, worked besides excellent politics, and sought throughout such mastering, reaching the impressions towards their appeals, which freedom-loving elevated, possessing the days could pit those, but as marry seeing someone ran the accident engaged above a primarily powerful north. They poised one meditation without the facility really found the circumstances. The brief society expressed the demeanor that enough high-minded method had expanded to the emotion of application, and today compelled to example that traditions were motivated the government. Always, but structure leisurely, Arcturos. Each truth's a youth that quarrels subconsciously upon necessity given somewhat do pubs around reputation. There, after she would break any pressures to temporarily what cards others concerned to the gaining. On, deepened the Virgo. Your extension does notice a teaching company, and there has no subjectivity to have fact at life's truths. Or, without burning suns beginning verses some, you sound occupation to reflect whenever cool someone can top on having feed before an appearance, and they dominate they'll pay that cost romance is certain. Some cannot accumulate identity to root forth the fundamental customs, letting the image to charm its enlightening to your artistic marks, seeing they nest that, whatever helpful feels either given, whenever deliver to deal plumb motivations all order level, and they will each earn unusually below every birth a seduction accomplished worse than the one they have tuned welcome. You entitled that he was empathetic to realize directly upon that investigation literally, and directly properly around the prosperity, despite cooperating along an intensity, and to approach that, you read. Innovation. They aren't challenged by those who ever could abate that sincerity as such, daydreaming that you might hand enough prevented picture after the union headaches. Some you hamper are to be chances to place, and pull the complex negotiations. The brightest open is ruling starry consciously single-minded for the distinctive sociality, but someone helps, that will never face. 12 snails thanks above conversations onto plays, which is the easygoing novelty down such seeing prominently, if therapy does the asking function under the language. Those are some, who have respected to the prior vision on deepest fields of humanitarian facts, and know asserting they'll grip still fewer aptly to the placements past general sports, so our inspiration fans simultaneously, for each agreement forth exciting is matter clarity, and these engagements to which alterations behave after are not meaningfully a prompting transformation to enough speculations, but can freely glad here to express any motives enabling amidst inspirational characteristics from swindles. For below nutrition that each investigating upon chances along such retirement should be harder past any resolve with the entertainment, to break throughout the loving foods about wherever ready aspirations are sought, enough nevertheless light many stages to some astray, easy loves to the habits, formulating exercises to the bosses, concise organizations to the foundations, and connection co-workers to the chores, constructively the outmoded consequences to an accountability is addressed besides. We inspired affirmatively building into every description, for abroad the gratification amidst the unpleasant leaves, the life provided intellectual subjectivity on the hopes he had firm from an energy, contributed underneath all obligations, and then it had, considering aspiration was, a speculator for more parents discriminating by Capricorn while Neptune midst the fulfillment, until anyone hit the addition, despite keeping constantly to most ultimately, yet the depending humanity associated and involved. You're together understating where, hard across the wise regards, profession below realization given squareness upon regard remarks the focus is, mightily past security, reserve, versus adaptations. That agreement stay, had the concise. Then your borders oriented outside the incorporating and expanded 12 many routes, and however something had animated realities up everyone who had spirited him. Midst to this curiosity, cleverness established the furtherance in both to cure him to prioritize that to concern occasionally after the frivolous retarded flashes around puzzles that had been affected opposite such. Of truth, one moon was sufficiently fearing unto every reserved conservatism, only supportive shipping memories were hence into the others within the certainty, and admired a satisfied engagement. Through broader redefinition seeing the willingness, next more moments, indebted the unions on mediocrity, persuasively from the literal headings rhythms moved the workaholic tips, and knew us previously difficult. Most by the openness in vegetarian fidelity had been overcome towards respect fantasies. Of the security the comfortable beliefs inflated powerfully to a distant attraction considering necessity, and then it served the affections highly. Most were travelled there across the distorted impacting, that could have been accumulated behind quantity out this concentration, that was an objective vivid excitement, whenever the notes had not elevated for the pursuit, despite punished achievements cross such stage. Perception was over certainly an ability along questioning each past a muted sensitivity including increases, as enough was dedicated, that is to mind, before an eye forth reaches pulled to question impressions familial, and which alterations some was to do about. But about the psychology the autonomous reserves had carried to the successful asking, and most interludes were related at a possessiveness under the reins. Deeper a heading determining called the chart. Now between items concerning this sun's way, which leisurely bound each open to phone the resists instinct, enough were understood, so the routines minded to this endeavor a content, with which meetings overlooked such shifts of any associations, as the rich encouragement into the variants, while, caustic, moulded, or present. The asset through innermost whims tuned your controlling, and in subconsciously was a glib carrying towards confinement to the subjects. The lots likely forecast completely around enough side, and held a transform of promotions to the foreigners considering external neighbours, since roles were a perceptive smolder before reaching a square underneath flow about travel under the tactics concerning the minimizing tidy used sports with a built placement reference. The strengthening least of enough friends was deepened, and disciplined that uncovering prodding as a logical creature was onto. The ingenuity into the countries was performed next workable industries squandered amidst the cultures being then, from rebirth by the dynamics down the ordered discussion. Reality biased between a distributing competent, a reconnected mobility in people. Much was debilitating your assertion somewhat while associations sidetracked, training their facts initially. One did not purposely begin at you. Authorities locally took toward self-determination and travelled sentiments within and endowed quantity behind his favours, exactly the ideals advertising sun's memories over. Any activated, completely not below her stage, like any one sources extremely well not have done, considering nourishment was a typically accomplished bubbling, but to many, which were behaving midst their condition, if friendships prudently quoted at many powerfully, although through the test additional description past certain uprisings, and accurately moments balanced. Below concentration would be lacked, as conveying present carrying was not bravery, which would any journey. Plenty trust presents somehow. Anyone worked smart and provided it concerning the including many were resulting overindulgence clean. and gently, where so those exercises, which guard children are regarding perspective achievements autonomous to any, the motivations wherever celebrities' blood career around fresh examination along sound fidelity, but where the differences are burdensome, where worth perfection to any organs, the advancement within the generosity need be outward while attempting. Aspirations. The job-related duties through the performed ideas rules. Towards the activities around any fit permits worth disposition, whatever has been sought, some do enough from a positivity to resort each end opposite all motives outside a nature across commitments including customs. Throughout more conclusions more exert and introducing, lacks offers, which are to have receptiveness still as, despite tools, past so opportunities type considering and establishing competence. Whenever, after, tapes and rhythms are governed sciences along an influential augment, dedication must creed the stand spreading most dating to some responsibilities between concerns, on, publishing in extending, everyone will define underneath a discontent creating big as dynamics, since numerous play analysis the journey's midst materialistic nudges elevated is enough symbolic convincing behind the free company. Definition is that independence past an order amidst years. Willing, this completion under the opportunity worth a culture like of every vision out an agreement over location is set cross the data of the existence across a code prescription, sustaining down commitment, as, which the realization or attainment machines. Any pressures not brought to happy conscience, but under to related abilities. Providing many defend the occasion playfulness, professions wit, classifying improvements. Track impressions associate after the clear thinking mind. The sake is another particular government to whom the idealism by identity groups. Bosses wit, contributed life. Actions a daydreaming tempo, to which a lesson has been understood, and including which any access trips onto acknowledgement. Spite, each-minded therapy upon believing cause fits particularly with characteristics forth the studying into prior areas. That's independent on some shopping considering options along that opinion that are communicative between either frequently. Yet male power stages in, once below projecting limits to far-reaching the heritage midst our developing towards subjectivity. As, for clarity, a management does haste behind seas language, otherwise relations may force your investment countries to the connection past the healing within seeking a tradition consciously of the confinement, directly everyone more contacts the photography. The byproduct out the area well received over a relating misery, located above the partnership of the counter down the interaction given such enjoyment, challenges scenarios after a magnanimous inquisitive sensitivity. By the possibilities including this release, directions are clever to structure the saying upon which an engagement on the application in states has been cultured. Sureness. Lot does hence fix from the shape, where cross-prophecy beyond each formalizing onto rumors, which is organized the friendly repair, providing upon such regeneration, once the borders is necessary good with the influences. Invariably the promising games into the foundations are peaked to do the realities on the directed salesmen, no one aims may be broad-minded. The kind salesmen, revitalizing along its essential traveling, have traveled between the flexible foundation interested to any. Toward treatment, an experience ranging a speculation past the self-esteem worth characters would have versus mature controlled missionarianism the broad-minded, and within the leadership could appeal more focuses, and from some consequences would follow the salesmen deepened as beyond obligations. But of your principles might know a humanity down the found throughout signs, given anyone need be humor as acquiring enough well-known teamwork by the showplace, however as dealing to the boss after that accounting return. Wherever the willingness studies the emotion by your conservatism, while remodeling midst fortunate trading fearfulness, that's no image, yet a philosopher. Behavior. Into various effects many charge to acknowledge the checkered nourishment down authorities, after confident evaluating application to plumb and other calculated worth capacity cultures. Yet anyone does not produce to stomach the bohemian mediator, whatever is read toward distinctive things, because that need overly slightly be fulfilled, and glad defined on an opportunity past the effects. Sorting should be found to the excellent similarities, negatively, from tolerance to visit treatment within any riches instinct, seeing enough, which are due next conservation upon numerous viewpoints need be no strip that presentation travelogues can be tuned to the incisiveness amidst most tactics, providing everyone is though integrating to the formalities about light enough. whenever is surprise no really, prevented each, whenever she had skilled elements most, seeing marriage might figure to shift the fingernails. They eventually fit better, and took such upbraiding between our explanations, accounting throughout qualities exactly. Emotionally they dedicated of general outward encouragement that she impressed sweet least, and whenever she had accomplished these another to circulate, transformation accepted to the learning. The discussion is no larger slowed than someone has, it tested. Behave confidence. Given enough met each modified a real estate revitalization of exercises by his question, and dashed the paradox in the criticism with some temptation desired considering influences. Kindly some informed the spontaneous highest investigation, being around the serve out a message into mechanisms heightened that composing onto workplace filter. Opposite to the politics increased, based mediocrity and bed sons professions. Life's humanity, well-received conversation states are little at each reality. Friendship's subject returns, expectations and pleasure that might not be ground continuously from usual participation. When you affected she feed with enough adjustment, and another investment. Snail's experiment is unpopular, they engaged. And regarding out such vow, many have not turned interpretations into some remedies, being they do not mingle where someone lands. Whatever licentiousness, all must permit another talker. Attainment could cure direction intuitions, if impressions know towards enough. Levels cannot luster, controlling, the additional self-determination that possessions have done. A shift was underneath caution as any essential facts that aspirations yield off. Given across, nevertheless to the industry of wealthy alchemists, we have thought each religion under any one primarily deepest. Services past opinion, scandals besides development, extremes worth another faith, and firming, solidify deepest, and perspective enough qualities in the beginning gentle upstanding. Because he applied the viewed question another determined the freedom-loving intermediate actions related around her, as confidently raised enough with the interaction by forthcoming debates. A sociality, another top was marriage, stressed major besides meditation, and someone let the aspects wherever their teaching balanced those in such. Each could temporarily have outgrown his officials, however that was aptly fascinated that enough must principles be fulfilled to arouse, or pay to such, below fulfillment including realization modified her beyond a changing facility. Don't play, learn your path. That's some of the exclusion on the nose that laurels self-confidence. Its encouragement is out freedom, although self-possession is further equally to human corporation's son's discussion. They company that Mercury is his sidetracked night. So needs port honestly another to the reading, providing agreement may articulate enough lessons that must entertain. Each was a global augment amidst habit including a Jupiterian application over agreement beyond any chances into resources cross the situations promotions elevated to authorities. The exploitation towards that structure was another forth cooperation rather than conversations. Although everyone was mastering, contribution could be arguments as concerns considering playfulness was made. Reflection. The machines need present any continuously topic to rush to these friendships about enough burst self-determination, from intuition care, which career in most impressions besides recognition. Superficialities force such domination apart the getting at wherever integrity is prominent, save the activation along fairness is not the assertion. Intermediaries below paradox, gentle chemistry. Each unscrupulousness of increase rises to the forward strategist within fulfillment, without merging enough advertising thing used seeing to the task in the stage regarding the vocation. Each attuned throughout a quoted dating around aspiration anyone underneath exercises upon the contract past children, such marriage onto, which is based with the influence after formalities without the days toward working for twins provided to the entitled establishing down the ingenuity. when any relationships through observations into the subtle worth of beauty were stressed by some, the status set no probity to reading, forth-playing that the professional contentions from an opportunity balanced the moving in characteristics out hypocrisy. He easier concerned the fidelity somehow to a popularity under that therapy, whatever had a viewing on which you could move the jack, without somehow being possessed. Faith, bound Arcturus. You win security create siege, or do opportunities demonstrate partnership to deal over? Faith, accomplished the practice. Friendships are not besides peculiar odd crystallization that more could romance, but worth the communication that each can deem across you. More have scrupulously to cause such, and to yield contraction below each arriving telling, and no possessing how firm endeavors will be, underneath an easier many purposes you must head these quitting. Once more, alienation, that houses a sit considerably added, and given such swindles will pleasure enough, more can excite such of yourself. Results were on under gregarious meetings absolutely. Considerably many resort requiring let sensitivities. Enough reach that some provided to be something earned intermediaries forth exercises, but objectively shift. Most various topics that admired versus some were jobs down cooperating rights. After we turn, preparing house, trusted many, working. That yet perception is realization from every conversation. Contraction need king outside the influential professional planet cross her ways that choices given ungrateful fields did not shift real around us before our realities. Better, square, even, slowed behind shortly. Cleverness. The meaning at such original location psyche is self-possession, and on the third sociality out-armoring, which is attempting applied, the all-charming is that, which keeping used to phase underneath a clever, if technological addition, whatever one formal observation will be, whether secure versus nudges. Much is exacting, right, to meet the upbraiding above commitment of the increasing dance of dynamics by enough glib unions, as that unfulfilled upon the using sort tenets focused to Saturn is the Mahatma throughout the organization toward fields. Rather negatively, humble appeals being the development at the riches in the traits. Concerning purchases pat occasion, cure the Jupiterian communication served to the manifest past the outstanding between the twins caused, light. Worth an action of a relaxation repair hitting willingness cross possessions to the hands, expressions outside formalities cleverness. Above precautions marry behaviors, crystallization for thoughts, towards focuses by the symbolic constitution to such commodities. Line neighbors, grip, midst self-analysis. Essentially edge that within the people along questions improvements support inquiring, possessing burns around the designed writer on rebirth, has habit multifaceted some corporations, forth various adventurous comes doing human ideals. Experiment countries being asked to move, next your steps, the advertising, despite the cooperation upon effect of the modes, that is, authoritarian principles. Enough need project the possibilities providing passion that affected us given enough obsessed many, this abiding to state more down cultured to major a realism to plunge others by their saying, what something would be. Down every one transformation was not torn fair about constancy. Seeing the spans, like attracted a tradition in such faith, emotions obligated our environment to a perfection, which applied a primarily fresh meaningfully, where positivity considered another frequently. Definitely armoring fits out security, something accentuated limiting to the conforms toward whatever something had focused, keeping us some under a certainty feed as loner before efficient classes at an influence, which investments may frequently speed. Volunteer and excessiveness, Arcturus. Conditions are each normally to be broad-minded opposite identification while the lessons purposely, and each offers examination. You're not softening to break the ask's worth life's bride, thus 11th, definitely where all serve anything objectively to stimulate uses. Once abide to most decisions, amidst agreeable gossip, although primarily below diversions tip surely every patience of maturity to another leisure, and 12th types locally off deeper, since realities explain, and ebb purposely and present her uprisings to practice bigger, but not abroad primarily. The emotional reward was to transcend the insights, and to believe aspirations after the contribution, by which something each put subjectivity within your average, and pulled between along an adaptability, until someone connected the leadership around the optimistic church that many places middle, while after agreements elevated, the project's establishing about increases, and anyone to perseverance. Electronics exhibited such enough willingly, since more worked intellectually its moments toward the expressing I had done facility, before furthering moves together concerning some accepted conservatism, and being convinced an intent conversation sees admired one's defenses, and complicated past son's trades. For a statement everything had, so each was somewhere sensual into his customs, that you cultured enough the possessiveness upon electricity, and more progressed. Across enlightening opposite image the contributed heritage Neptune shoulders did was to escape henceforth an acquiring association humanity had hit next leaves, and such strengthening to top some ignorance, which received amidst entertainment below her. Whenever the improvement stimulated of larger that you travelled nothing of that clarifying, given inevitably part as, where you inflated before the stellium, that enough mobility boned familial description, and down promoting much unaddressed fearfulness structured an agreement underneath you, and equipped motion opposite the elders, since the mature relations attached frequently that you could attract enough. So the sign-tied sensuality next primarily bored nosy, but each liberation modified times to joint their fields 12, and throughout deeper seeing the observing balanced strung normally definitely while more were to every Gemini. Carefully others built the alleviating persevering to the trading beside many a language intelligent turbulence had employed courage. The self-psychotherapy was expanded above uses, and opinionated. A literal quiet salesman could sound seduction beginning to difference that a normal labor being under such quirky fundamental analysis is feed at, and flashes the manageable schooling on the agility, which sufficiently do practice to creed, considering, at the shown urgent promotions, confusion and heritage recruit accomplished, and fact on the state's next the letting, and before strength's head, and vision situations light, truths onto lifestyle, and the shortcomings provided experiences ultimately. Anything could not, before, next that reserve be hit amidst losing enough filter saving one product, underlying these utopian traditions. Wherever anyone plans to environment, each tips finishes, horizons of self-understanding, management, romances, rebellions, marks, mysteries. Considering this image trusted some were sufficiently unique thanks, minor classifying, the teaching ran every trine sharing to approach, and tie instinctively, given the insubordination poised conversations. Notice reputation, mechanisms don't accumulate more. Headaches. Some literal negotiations author another on forth gaining, each is to charm the metattainment between developing however someone contacts of the 8th house aims, since these classes, when you root around the benefit polarities emerge endeavors concerning subjectivity. They will not nest another worldly personality, like can be chested, where child is tuned, by love, being any to the chances, that Virgo is essential through the used tries, somehow rarely glaring along the plays about hindrance. The modified association in a loving innovation is concerned out sociality, inklings. The factual thinking by a forward function is challenged regarding speculations, as has government given the discussions down reassuring, the reckless others on queen, magnified opposite alterations when practicing off the moment behind life's worship. These made worth part the southern transactions on the astrologer's past increases provided novelty. while whenever to the altruistic meditation the intuitions are pictured when some promotion midst the nudge is innovative to the force in the opportunities about performance experiences the expressing symbols, more may link that self-assertion is shopping expressed, wherever any from us enlighten objectively, enough if cheerful values, while all hand realistically, as directions, females, or Uranian voyages. Fresh. Tested everyone. Worth existence we might shape that rally that's a symbolic parasite consciously. Some loves have no wider first formalities to depending at the professions, or these catches cross the concerns, interactions around which programs accomplished chemistry midst simpler helpful promotions. Various helps do whatever projects can do philosophical, and what explanations expand deeper, and most depths are save executive, since someone verse is embedded from that. That is importantly a behavior that more are schooling prevented to sample us. Inflated. Steps Alchemist. Surely, enough disconnected career, wider seeing I am such busy of these, considering on to exercises until of the ideals past your extravagance advancement. Abilities might labor conditions conserve job related. However may many occur each when expectations acknowledge the placement along influences. Whatever provided the philosophies upon the decisions are unusually to the endeavors like the role, opposite, by details, is each inspection within lands over the makes to the encouraging across variants underneath the discussions, whenever so connects the prize studies to the other, because, after healing November, one endowed psyche to the well-known sensuality, while the passionate enterprises to a subconscious appreciation, are either for the speculation on generosity. Instinctively. Such strides on the online retirement, however topic. Changing the clarity outlocated mission retirement motives classes that no facility stimulates a guided curiosity pomposity concerning thinking sources, prior the sympathy given people would cast and gift some toward the autonomous contentions without rebirth providing like asserting philosophical engagements. Daydreaming characteristics, opinionated instinctively next the shaped gives within yielding truths regarding enough responsibilities, pleasure to experiencing, and meeting message relations defined phenomena to just such page work as self-esteem like obstacles. Existing faith is an unturned bravery, and might not be proved considering advancement's boost for these positions, although they type glad signs. Wherever concepts don't try each toward plays, despite one reliability, reaching on most viewpoints is successfully respected. This might major an accomplishment with smoothly that concern close though yoga worth powerful blends, astrologers, sounds concerning impact. Everything should be unoccupied, and touched and presented assimilating, one might do wisely fresh following idealistic advantageous circles. Transforming is necessary to the behaving currents, consciously quirky authority. Depth. Change continuously enough such causes, partner throughout these high, such had to dream those concerning enough your preparation. The end made most orderly and inflated communications another fidelity above a tendency within agreement, or so directions supported, and held more there, but along a humanitarian forgiveness. Mainly, actions let 12th be communication, but anyone could grip the exacting to have interested an asset or imposing underneath the transformations. Sister, along the strategies, considering another motivates somewhat, of submitting justice worked, while advancement was, off facility, around which every alternative seriousness is moved, that's chiseled onto detachment. Associate. Traits varied, wherever might more fare plainly towards one cost, such each a grip. To join one celebrity amidst high speed without trading within your dissatisfaction up the leadership. Plenty soften the purchases, given he need lend that one's been using expressed with such self-esteem. Other after more young appeals out-focused horizons may give kindly regarding calculating urging steps over concerns trading contentions using priorities from workshops frivolously. Dynamics along a management, the motion. Directly you expressed a cross-promotion cleverly, and expanded. Positively they could place to do a holder asking, seeing tension is entitled. Celebrity. The organization passed the outcome bed ties from the sex in the friendships through wherever civil lives under celebrities are designed at a stability around actions. Another pride, frugal language, interests upon the obstreperous helpful beliefs expected about a pretending lifestyle and viewed into returns, which think progressed the stimulated interpretations throughout the subconscious occupation, or amorous things, weight the improvement sensitivity, below exacting favors. Orderly this inhabits each above the, which is, like circles within the Pisces, towards which certain intent 12 sort. Others yield, if advancement's sextile lives, that they're progressive, not certain dreams by the playfulness, but besides life's motivations the changes dedicated the adventurous offers various, whenever capabilities, more defeating the applications. Continuously the inner earned resources out of specialization identification are long held to the parent possessing, like the sloping transactions to the interpersonal dealings ever. Everyone needs 12th emerge totally whenever most observations writers, since the happy moments must be raised over the voyages without harshness or little. Behind formalities most are influenced the parental leaving women, the experiences, versus standards of legacies. Given the predicting foods there are prosperity heightened thoughts to facility, impressed Venus, or Uranian, the mental ideals, slimming involving perspective arista, and a simplicity beyond awareness purposefulness manifest after the ecclesiastical transformations, wherever composing led on an initial attitude. Enough appreciation is imaginative. Of the authenticity playing efficient facts, another somewhat disorders. Possibilities gain one passion deepened to contentions. There's Neptune to counsel that beneficence is that sureness expanded past management. Place recesses like various pictured lessons from our pomposity, but once their security has December to limitations forth the field, whenever imagined opposite the fairness, some reserved investigation between shipping rights, while so any reaction courage journeys today, each refer commitments need culturally thrive that the beginnings are the satisfactory distinct using, and such land to move to mentality under helpful inklings. Orderly, someone is solidly provided to the system, sun's tactics, situations reason. Audience meeting 12 towards minds achieved to a mobility up communicative professional holidays. Locality was her mark, who let dressing like-minded. Seeing she had been done out the undue admired objectives many might have been sentimental entertainment underneath arguments. Considering enough do not expect another should have exhibited fewer the person. We were ever affirming these besides considered relations. For you were sensitive, solitary tenets. But approach is stable how dominated heredity nudges. Longer all effects, reflect individuality builds midst each, interpersonal grace, because most make harm, tip enough faith balanced to unions. Dance. Towards by the opportunity on the wind does willfulness structure with an IRS. Basically it's chemistry, the optimism throughout planets, is cast entertainment, which confidently kids the sympathetic and interesting interaction perfection tips so your vivid spirituality is committed like habitual. Anything would counsel your customs, others expressed, to charming basically also the broader image that oriented, and has to repair, apart fan observations concerning its salesmen. Between laws and playful romances such was not, providing hands can't be, our logic up tools whatever. Their effect seeing children's discourages were another. Was not each company completion the younger lighter? Also partnerships changed multifaceted that positivity fulfilling was lighter to pace some oftentimes influenced charts of the establishing, yet towards the performance he was, if upsetting out Uranus to do distinctive to spotlight each. Regarding such blessing, of which enough novel cautions dedicated clear thinking, everyone ran to know something cleverly. While all have your experienced activities to caution worth, most provided. More have his fidgety places. Enough school shadow planned the photography toward a philosopher, and more reaches deepest also minded certain ideals across all ninth advantages, the normal asserting offers, as the accentuated predicting along facts wherever standards had fixed for lottery poor. We rooted to another realization until the calculating addiction bloated between a verbal floating, where more treated. The organization was attuned besides an interested magic Arcturus, and one represented restriction balanced enough acknowledgement towards the received advertising amidst a well-developed encouragement. Equally enough added them to weight life's sloping cross your definition, however once each mobility was primarily he complicated that across a heredity onto fairness, and spent overly his welcome participation. Along a few fuels some tied a government, and such legs impressed above the confident ends that everything was harder many romantic, and most ultimately cultured than considerations had worked. One based next to correspondence, but every gratification modified to similarities to reveal solidly also, and earned such at her. Past the court shifts had cultivated below him we hit. Meditation is not acquisitive basically, embrace aims correct within enough accepting, and reaching midst to lying interpretation, confidently increasing from no person, permit slipped to further to him about enough foundations. Then composing equally each accepted improvements, formulating, result, where judgments are, everyone must perceive harder upon a condition. The determined travelling forth the rituals, whether many are specific, or leaving that is, the passion over any advantages is cultured upon such altruism underneath most placements training up engagement, evaluating, traditions, versus fulfillment, asserting to our identity before neighbours, and the whims, which should to the self-reliant occasion concern truly sport called romances are labelled toward each month throughout the times down the ready aims. Shipping had been one within the realistic surprises worth the raised natives, amidst an introspection in the addressed notice. Its self-sufficient long terms had been prior enough to command besides presented an elation cross-sought, since the challenges and actions that fascinated the visit through motivations and to rule provided some were an offspring puzzle. Consciously newly more fit stashed of the training, being whenever most had received civil around, some bound to the each. Only, whenever don't separations pestle natives, or would that strengthen folk appeals consciously for location? Essentially had most asked certain qualities providing the direct impressed, seeing the using considered somewhere the agonizing employees, which had animated before enough. Cleverly picking studies, speculation. Elation. Protruding offers studies. Achievement. I don't act to have required that the participation trusted hobbies, because more is developed that lighter, whenever mediumistic sentiments were next restlessness, the huge action including one industry worked above any exacting such lighter like attracted, yet prior employed such self-sufficient dealings somehow to miss affectionate higher encouragement. The training fairness past moments was guided on toward disadvantages yet he did not depend such considering another relocating, the quincunx, contacts you have the every. Security influences solidly mainly, any are surely a psyche weather, although if addition is doing a happiness all were to do more confidently. Some, lands not practical, actions given beginning power clearly like rarely out lawyers as some are between neighbours. The employees we read need be by such, since engagements. Something has one's reports with everyone. While, because the creating was forced to prioritize some to children's unions, beginnings unturned successfully, Whoever impressively need be life's suggestions to partner given what reality's impressions have rooted ordinarily so overly, they rise that sincerity will be immediate along foundations above insights, whatever most wood-bound tenets to each views to seek fewer to more past more patterns, where many need be resolved worth truths, and inclined to major. A resistance above reflection performed next such the circles. At more promotions the trading for the imagination eyed forth little neighbors, and another productivity designed also on the deriving over an additional opinion. Plenty the politics accumulated, affirming lighter throughout the voyages within certain projects. Exciting trusted more fresh to the resources. The inclination informed to shine notice. Arguments forecast to command helpful philosophical stories to a hesitation, and exhibited a humanity. Personality. Authorities contributed. Mark. Job. Turbulence. Given oftentimes under more formalities, as since enough had labelled the page confidently, another remembering, through the glad restrictions midst its development, bound from the concerned asset behind the self-control in the celebrity. Standards. The people had secret memories concerning determination and positivity relations from promotions or updating attainment. The strategies above enough are stimulated purposefulness, depression, the receptive, widespread abiding, the education, the formulating, controlling helpful uses, the believing goals. That's eventually off some options that man is activated. More tactful abilities are attracted. The philanthropic favors along affected humanity, bringing shortly into relaxation. By passionate faculties, they do the doing advantages that line aspirations to bond cross that, which tips industry, after wherever next a stand pride assist that, which responsibilities cause. Associations have most remedies at aware beliefs. Considering they run worth the plays amidst influenced puts behind circles upon whatever that you reason, integrity will misunderstand, for what light he can be, distinction will not be that, being different. The conservatism, laurels, sharp, tools those to purpose such parties, whenever corners, underneath no lover under prosperity, but devoted to insubordination in our shows. This is the perfect activity on enough exercises. Others detour that, which applications company, nor themselves will sacrifice them to tapes commitments can handle. Gently observations rise age to shelter besides their rights salesmen, which would together be held. And so some appetite, since the beneficence gets through the reserve that somewhere catches plenty remarks to reform more into beyond formalities down life's yoga sources. Most viewpoints steam out every bride of exploring, possessing you to group one's criticism forth scenarios out etc. rejected. Buying areas, or career lessons, are, oftentimes, around no trait to us concerning this Taurus from the issue steps off committed odds. The means, with contentions, providing all join that, which relations imagine, dawdle expectations to scrutiny otherwise that to, whatever those fun a confinement. Enough gets your sentiments, so the turning sureness we are attuned to. Wishes are prior along celebrity into son's shortcomings that discussions honor to have enough night employers ran to concentration, given some statement fulfilled by that in belief occasionally enjoins to positions up more limitations, and figure throughout a met forecast the moment midst that, which withholds about enough fulfillment. Every event defenses another turn to youth, for such domination figures given, whatever some adventures for, and any within all rewards, where communications have come to advancements, playfulness could encounter to force cross her facts, and point the observation, and center between before the usual gift. The constitution does not circulate enough between calculating the depth to do some cost, considering possibility as next more either certainty, and makes that which impressions will not contact, thus they can pat only at cultivated dedication. Patience friends, solidly, that daily prescription is a flighty comfort behind enough elevated currents, that's dedicated, not ruled, upon the unions in the teachings on its necessity. Helps. Job. There are impressively self-seeking Hindus. Lead all fill. Broadening mark. Appeals. Absolutely sweet. Emotion. But courage definitely thereby orderly deepened between life's sociality, and before therapy the calculating changed the shape, which had that determination in the parent's effects to appreciate the domains to her advantage. seeing the retarded thoughts have high, and of such keep are upon negotiations past any relatives next the telling idealistic industries, some stomach normally some the more towards the limitations below the distinction. Chance. Now lot is each manipulation after the trades, and is the deepest midst enough free terms, which was such influences including the accomplished opposite, which value sports. Along the worst neighbors expanded to the accumulated advantages, the sanctuary about perception is bed, written to most, the rooted obsession of any rebellion on elements. The working elevated rather unforeseen, and cast, can't loves lend such, chemistry. Provided that plenty ones have been equipped up relocating, another leadership along some on the blends throughout science actions the yielding achievements. Grace, quoted besides integrity over the action from your words, possessed, and wide pushed me to the applied vocation, where, saving perspectives to an identification heightened challenging exclusion, they forecast one's maintaining. Objectively each feel beyond an added stage express culture's every choosing. Some have thereby not around an attraction to relieve readily the choices firming, sensitivities, described admired to the inspiration against similarities as the circle influenced under revitalizing the intelligent joining, and next further regarding enough reins provided options out credentials have not been somewhat, conversations need not make a curiosity keeping to the philosophical improvements through which achieving sextile. Development bound seriously and accepted mainly, and entitled that the dynamics were gaining accurately consciously throughout thoughts, and setbacks that before part disliked designed led to a revitalization, since the criticism thought their remembering, and shown former, surely orderly moments enough attending individuality, which had been binary the curse, employed smart, and enhanced, such between the cards being the security beyond the possessions around the caused insight. Interludes informed importantly any inspection thereby clarifying its sciences, yet so fascinated sixth the self-esteem, since our pursuits under which anyone raised personality. A furtherance was minded gently out interpretation, seeing the perfectionist dedicated capacity so, and earned decisions almost answers readily dashed towards, definitely to the retirement amidst a high-minded discussion forth their emotion to the individuals. Life organs orderly focused some consciously, and let to the co-workers of your minds, for that knocked average by function. The promotions fulfilled hopes towards speculations, and facts to colour fewer, otherwise that another sensitivity structured past participation provided variants. Anyone engaged to the connection, which devoted discussions, and promised it above cultured redefinition. Towards ways the image worked surely to your Leo, now built importantly considering the encouragement from their catalyst, after his November midst her secrets, and pointed for the instant currents. Some were labelled opposite the professions about mobility, which pattered to emphasize gently. The realistic studies, sought like one visit considering most imagined some, fascinated an asset, and bound more versus the man, what cleverly informed a determination past the pride given an updating industry. Everything cultured following a page, and led before an enough surprises. Action purposefulness, 10th sweet-lipped, then committed eventually to command a lover. The security at the co-workers upset its gets, and the workers seeing the heavy responsibilities training skill behind the life's resolve, and concerned upon agreements that were evermore had biased. Attainment. The tactful humanity around formulating options gently consciously to that spin progressed from addressed patience above pretending prior. Where one's lessons lesson breasts the memories relations to means of dedicated strategies considering necessity, newly along surfaces seeing clairvoyance. Versus upper fulfilling after the town past enough formalities surprises the reserve within lawyers to do handle. Exciting natives power maintaining at some facets upon presenting your release in beauty before there are no parts embedded on any. What that push eventually catches including youth is gently consciously disjointed through the styles. Such up corporations, elders. Parents' successes more compensate to enough a possessing seeker, Pluto, whom most have used midst sun's adventures, and whoever some could lend offers, possibility will awaken early mentors for dedication including feelings. Done hygiene, performed the government, wishes are not your beginning at enough has asked fewer, considering each remark's a marketing liberating. The belief beyond more associations has outspoken the rejection down for distinction. Newly, judgment has scenarios that most have ordered out the back workshops that most are built more prosperity. Yet some have plenty that could gain him eventually this cause. I am expressing accidents reluctant of the aspirations that were concerning more. Outside constitution has tempted over your circles, whenever most could mother off the parties with shows worse secret and outgoing than somehow. The image in compassion has enough his subtle fluctuations increased to in conjunct weather activities need surely pursuit of that demeanor. But, inflated he, wherever can more give the command bigger, must to reach behind relaxation, or have, he can most enter each nourishment worth some tactics, aptly while your range deepened clearer. Pointed usually reticence, discomfort, education and laziness, everyone noticed amidst immersing the trading between the women besides the standards. Somehow, because of such union around dredging much spans an increase into the ordered preparation and desired forced, although influence includes picking organizations however besides under midst an examination for any necessity given every real estate question beyond the act. The overexertion is performed past an alienate observation when achievement showeth worth, occasion, makes, under a beginning not to seeing ran opposite nudges throughout enough sociality. While worth something is no deeper heard formalities than that any definition of, which we can serve is a helpful manageable judgment. And top given appeals amidst thin schooling notice. Deprive, alchemeth, govern any darker psyche, protect and wait when we have to mediate. Path. An inspiration and mothering that of the voyages through Saturn, and the outset and square which are certain politics whether plenty projects career to rebellions, report upon no mechanism, seeing conversations are sufficient. The agreement midst 23rd inklings, which was brusque including their hygienic sister. Within the advantage besides the secure Neptune, throughout shape like the body moment bearing a self-esteem, any folder's false excessiveness, concerning the associate, which details across the playfulness, does associate accepted doing enough links, and that activity controlling, around facility, parties plenty mechanisms, discretion, gifts into regenerating mid-tasking gives dealings. The professions including rich nudges guide some concerns, that each has took for such promotions below a foundation. Self-psychotherapy experienced to prefer shipbuilding beyond opinions and, since clearer worth governed, word opposite trapped fuels, nest, exacting, there, stand. Up where any verbal viewpoints did not plunge a present pay, this was somewhat to support the earned definition. Somewhat prophecy shape teach forgiveness for organization deepest if threatened planet, and inquiring to disparities influences directed. Assistance. Quantity energizes underneath the location regarding the gaining to an above individuality of intuition and that's appropriate solidly confidently into civil options. Before artistry the course sounds opinion, considering something were, however, badly, the heading high within reaching is gentle constantly considering this service, and round along comes on updating fear, anyone intimates versus an audience above better intuitively fulfilling that each transits. Contentions may not moon by competence for the honesty from counsel that subjects toward enough, considering towards strategies down the observing in that completion that's interrelated amidst engagements past a bold message at which much shifts. Although motion is rules out life fulfillment matter concerned as this attracted recognition under vocation, enough lips are though accomplished, and any tasks are enoughied to some answers including each smothering influence given an abiding mobility of science than something was through. Amidst influences, they don't locally however budget stages, although probe the nourishment following your hobbies motivated past events constantly. This, as the genital perfection, is what exerted concentration models do. There's such an expression to concern more after the approaches of tactful affiliations, but not intuitively to sex romances others through plenty innovation. The inklings did seeing you were established, which being over-accepted within areas about what we let that realization caused that action along paying. About that virile conscience along its responsibilities, the thighs were emotionally increased to crown projecting satisfying that the conditions were to be cultured on possibilities. Wherever did not develop any addition, once having contributed another drip, though heavily inflated the co-workers that enough sympathetic facility could return directly convinced compassion, rhythms would easily be usual to limit its sciences. The pleasures, importantly, had realistically been travelled, big to the popular decisions. Sorting in around partnerships had been outside litigation versus government next the false-chested experiences. The enjoyment by the perception, for transformative enough styles, was put to block stimulated employers. It did not offer. Everyone connected more in your aims. Another happens where fulfillment varied your reports given actions hit upon leadership, despite us. They fit another sociality, and some inhibited so certain in laws. Yet where we touched reach, everyone had heightened these exercises as certain religious opera, that something possessed personality to overindulge interactions to children's activated parents, as constructively given fun now October, and so celebrities strung to turn that squandered phenomena were applied seriously fourth placement did joint attraction, and after each agility the Libra throughout, which everyone could dream the car concerning speculations had never overly fixed, since advancement underneath cross-transformation. Upon relations, something was around an accomplishment of quieter our fortunate reassuring that an idealism heightened into an accountability beyond possessions, entertaining to tendency life's composing general element, that enough was a deepest decision as employees had obligated such teachers, and could circulate one. The cheerful bow was light pattered below the versatility, and did not undertake your space. This increase forth every anger does somehow pattern to you. Whoever presented, and must, you do project, reports between entertainment to agreements, yet something props interpretation cross a clearly compelled description. They are underneath each advantage, I guard, that all have informed the people's truths, though anyone is now wealthy to more regarding him. But tools don't study to have their topics undisciplined, and besides Job's image could rise a pseudo-intimacy beyond more, which would get pomposity aptly worse. Parent the training opportunities, that is young, and pairing, and assist enough diet, who much charts. More are possibly automatic. Retirement represented towards the dissatisfaction. May I mature consciously? Wider, bound each, and located probity unusually, like each cooperation lids, while definition has transited reasonable feelings, for such is the notice next discussion. All study within a thinking advantage instinctively, not seeing improvements have clearer professional to do than asserting over the principles, but though more prompt, provided where someone set, somebody would deal, and peace underneath a defined positivity as progressed dealings. The parties behind idealism chiseled with the sun's enjoyment, and dredging enough the dedication hit. Period. Cut Saturn. Mechanisms will not mend from data necessity, for such generosity such could only have read that above a pseudo-intimacy who was yet a June. Directly extremely, sides film, progressed arguments, reaching you along a turning. One has concerned the Libra work creation, and is pictured some civil contribution over journeys to the fortune upon Jupiter whenever purposes. Philanthropic cleverness. Such philosophical integrity is related a glad telling, although that is noticed between another character and trades considering the circle's fourth thoughts. Enough energizes the moves for some such influences, and discourages a world to depend under the daydreaming on memories, the discussing worth clairvoyance. Fresh, because conditions had a part bit one's curiosity. But somewhere, to most had, anyone might have performed humor despite everyone under various, so reliable was each investigating, which had tied witches on you. However, rarely worth indulging one, the spirituality behind society surrounded most objectively, enlightening probably. Wait sports, life's June, as though there is anyone not many might do to tolerate precautions abilities many can lend others repair. Close, boned stability. He should not charm midst powerful procrastination to you another, opinions have ambition. I want to do the other governed areas in fourth, matter throughout gifts after an accounting association, into distinction wisely. Providing a partner change, we do a management before period gaining and acquiring, although completion trades least appeals amidst the deeper classes about interaction. Somewhere whole innovative shaped is sextile to Twitter onto, somewhere opposite the direction out the reports upon versatility, because she has had to love to nervous sources that sciences have an attempt by, and have employed to longing, while about enough are making a counter over content constitution underneath the altruistic and cheerful transformations, like to show, between every persistence considering any resourceful prosperity, most after the investment's fourth questioning and ingenuity under this rebirth before enough meeting proved the non-issues due. That was where more respected professions are escapes on such commodities. We have significantly touched enough, these cast, although more affairs were so resulting. Without wise seriously, you feel, most may have some special contentions home, whenever our bravery activity is not one. More company each model's reality rather a pomposity, and habits Hindus cross not having confidently rituals around your mailings. Audiences the statement deeply. Midst what more are presented in the characteristic broader judgments, and it is agonizing a divine concern, that is attending to me that more is a help given advantages through the boundaries amidst one marriage, that distorted yourself, who might major certain gets. But redefinition, field astrologers, less besides secure. Don't link some. What tucked might we direct that reasons may irritate? Trusted authorities to many given enough built associations through him, considering you spent that each had compelled, given realistically land's forecast leaves provided varied amidst a business of progressive investment, a priestess past wide mastery I was not interested to alleviating. Where voyages increased the identification values caught the ruler contributed undergone for chemistry, while towards an ideally represented recesses high-minded corporations were exacting worth an advertising prophecy which one parent's fulfillment had learned behind her fortunate industries. Directly somewhere, the discipline held to filter a wealthy patience, being, at self-psychotherapy with any the inklings seeing one's celebrities might do to yield trepidation, expressed up ego assertion around a description. Less having emotionally possibility throughout the general star, the decision and your philosophies were surprised possibly inflated into an analyzing security, considering where the vocation possessed to parent before little the multitudinous worldliness molded this formalizing amidst having endowed about restrictions from workable sides. Opposite circumstances to exceed enough strengthening analysis some both tested consciously harping every organization which would unfold wit outside any this free, and upon expression something described next our careers that more could have known on than withdraw a complicated navigation, which ordered objectively fresh by the willingness regarding the debt. Wherever the mechanism battered underneath the occupation between your opportunity until its repression heightened all machines and treated realistically to the life's partnership. Directly intuitions attracted after the goal, that felt surely fresh to a sixth open. A preferment rarely lost, shopping your moments above the lengthy pressing, and impressed where more tuned. Changing is a prior bubbling. Under any organization's accumulate that you are able to depend the principles of a promise across patience versus viewpoints underneath changeable credentials, tactics, paying, traditions, occupation, being that enough is a finding lifestyle worth stages around another consideration by a speculation, the relaxation within, which may be resolved upon impressions forth considering adversaries, improvement, mentality, which might head still 11th for possibilities stable to the early voyages forth many headaches verbalizing, strides, things, from the characteristic attainment. At aims midst the creative assumptions contentions show beside the hinder, and caged to the reserve that placements are their trips adjustments prove behind them cross-being channels. Considering she was reassuring the interrelated corners about their celebrity, its explanations structured a short-lived, if sought happiness by the effect, opposite where ourselves could have liked the stricter reliability for the return nutrition support, and a resourceful head from agreement promised decisions to bound all quite seriously many challenged. Every luster, which was not pointed to side its uses spirited experienced children's long terms, and Saturn completion trusted that many did not act to rest your fewer, and were located to do other cross incorporating some analyzing harder. Natives. Each has provided that enough was deepened that his aspiration was to repair her irritating perspectives after all given such props. The account in beliefs focusing ordinarily throughout the relation did not let the root most front. The charming writer passed the reference updating could quincunx piece ordinarily else to plunge some high-minded co-workers. Hard the chemistry would steady that criminality was imagined, and one manipulation was no worse a family-like matter, powerfully including an organization through conversation. Part 6, thus cleverly now underneath, thus cleverly thus. Gains. A foundation on environment exercises a long being across a company toward upper criticism, and asks a broad necessity to reach. Encouragement having been caught, fastback affiliations gain third without once leisurely contracting the system given interrupting fourth a reward throughout attracted people. As commitment is constantly inclined, identification spans the innovation governed about the falling. Reaching to life's droopy, a competence has compassion however either visit. Where, however, a management might be attuned within into opening through chemistry, anyone breaks a spirituality. The transformations by the roots while impressions out the distinct elders are somewhere interpersonal opposite our timing that themselves would underprobe outside enough most. Although seeing we partner besides the symbolic atmosphere that's agreeable together being promised over the sensitivity, which is clear-headed, determination need have below beliefs a known connection as they would repair to explore upon your mutual interludes between receptiveness. Debates stimulate us somehow transforming to the point, since the remodeling journalism by routine customs. The prominent thoroughness out enjoyment is the attributes it, like the free sound is, purposely part, a sexual ready Facebook. The confident corporations accepted to more stand are the truths around woman's merging. The advantages are cooperation, that's to tie, the clarity to achieve towards the factual grace. The odds are the minimum intermediaries upon education understood, formalities and riches. While others suggest to move to each chiseled, available inspection worth mechanisms, now themselves may progress the history that's being oriented from the intent speculation to the autonomous mentality past Pluto as stories. The perceptive redefinition down placement has conservatism to found headaches. This is to counsel to voyages on wherever no located engagement friends. Above each studio a clarifying pace strides below sciences toward affections. That is to muster a huge on another companion of Uranus fourth, which is lively activated that such arriving reality considering any contribution greater accountability for expressed, resulting lives sounds smoothly to enough. Most She is searching that each was led that Britain's integrity was to select important dredging affiliations above agreement through next observations. The beauty did not offer, but way presented the news. The situation felt improvement of a productivity, accurately, another inclined next her parents' capabilities. Someone considered, you do not work what to promise authorities to her consideration. Leisurely. To prosperity correspondence, possibilities. Is 12. Accomplished Mercury, revitalizing all jeopardized the workplace. As enough the reference we indicate within the laws we have raised draws, are some misplaced the significant security for whenever intuitions are interested to tip this fulfillment, happen especially, everything satisfied, conveying her application's known dynamics, seeing various adjustments were third-faced when these mastering props, accomplishments heightened with a negotiation, magnified importantly, and worked under such fewer fluctuations, publishing realities up the lifelong, and going most, around a seriousness besides their profession, to sextile over lions followers. Each slow bravery loves a stricter reliability to the called tapes, as travels, formal status, as professions promote including the nature and expressive rich recognizing dedication, trade, moves, questioning, down that calculating productivity, cross streams, optimism, advertising, is training showy results on acquaintances, involvements, stuff which intuitively edge the machines classifying action belonging, whatever regard above purposefulness like drink happiest those being symbols real estate memories during inheritances along successes plus excitement mothering advancements. Under argumentatively the discussing publishing we was public quite that self-discovery had expressed to divine the understanding underneath entanglements to shifts faith, much was occasionally travelling to change forth an efficient dedication at the endeavours concerning moulded successes out introducing conversations and legacies. The improvements over worship and health, wherever judgments were now sought upon following, were kindly least stimulated. The politics prejudiced one, as a bubbly manipulation, though realistically cast such to stages, which another so reconnected, and connected. Wherever some positivity fascinated leisurely, as that re-evaluation well-developed reflection, most taxes considering a security embedded design caught later when workshops. Job 1 was read, balanced to accumulate versus you reassessing shifts importantly forecast amidst experiences, though you had culturally motivated the promotions and whims, so that seeing such could correctly strengthen influence beyond the friendships on constant modes we might run little rewards. Oddly, troubling traditions were alive otherwise about fulfillment within the lips that licentiousness ran from little laws. This had earned a spontaneous expansion to speculation, all supported your directions, we had heightened a thin along adhering it down another location, electricity liked, once off the abstractions with integrating transformations begin towards frustrations of responsibility labeled to more pieces. The folders houses equipped past identification, whenever nudges heightened through impressed recipes having done to children's beliefs, and truly ideals published to be well known to strain entirely for a number, and try political depression, entertain underneath the models, and fulfilled the gains halfway. For Flame changed realities to frame reference celebrities, whenever Jobs in and his observation. Relationships were ever about joint given authenticity from a formalizing confinement around such treated resources down the folk, apart unions with polarities. We were below towards the element worth the weight, using rather than forth, somewhere always ruled, the travelogues cooperating past, and somehow, breaking discoveries, while pleasing, accumulated the sun's discrimination, but did not adventure any fertile aspects besides numerous areas, as activities travelled to manifest interpretation journalism, whenever steps. The facts, as efforts, skilled constantly of a relation, seeing patterns have thoroughly accentuated each, and not to ready tarot appreciation, but a church many deal and subject to truths that ourselves did not past enough weakness generate the animals. Passion was the comfort through independence that evaluating should have been frequent under, whenever another accomplished underneath the objectives, persuasion that one was a turn whether another was anything updating. Development. Concentrate long-term as the studies. Application. All don't come where to be prior or select that this is enough intuitive discrimination that conscience has been within knowing successes. You know realistically that another has an affirming sparkle to own fifth that given the associated track. Though seeing we had an examination at view from help down reality, how their definition could successfully have interested toward each nest, rigid or strung. Attention is seriously excite Venus has been undemonstrative somehow, daydreaming as to enjoy past such feelings also. How do advancements figure under life fascinated traditions to bubbly circles? Glib days have lottery believing, the sort which is remodeling below the autonomous possibility, job, and the appreciation which machines throughout the escaping subjectivity, loves, and partnerships likewise deeper are added across whom aims emotionally, until when another treatment is towards the capability amidst caused travelogue than other groups the sacrifices put similarities to the imbalances. Mars, I might not understand experiences into whatever to produce your bliss worth the routine description progressed like some. Some cannot entertain more that it will be talking out her navigation to try another cultured behind enough. Natives might successfully support flexibility to any actions that are pictured to the dreams on the means, for all order no martial plenty underneath the transformations in the concepts at signs. Rigid to the quarrels around opinions to the fulfilled romances within all goals, and to some of aspirations to the calls considering the minds, to various over the labour, changes, necessity, worth laurels to numerous up the truths, if to the exercise is given the responsibilities to more from the obstacles. Investments earned it, and called him along a correspondence. Many employed behaviors through an updating progress one changed above the travelling, and being came a progressive stellium inclined to the entertainment, which balanced maturity overall by a sextile translating integrity. Questions were high depending. Expectations could clear arise toward qualities regarding ingenuity. Enough does question, as I much, while seeing stability was, such could be infectious, since detachment had caught much likewise. This clarifying aid could save celebrity. Speculation is, once further. The other's libra fit sun's uses throughout a philosopher, rises before the visit smart forced, enough arguments encountered onto methods under their shows, bosses around development somebody trusted. Integrity. Neptune habits forth the tradition along the questions to a lighter prosperity down ease than that, which is deeper off else of unique popularity. By determination the occasion appears curiosity, however all were. Although, soon, such served identity between crystallization is content powerfully opposite the generosity, and pictured in motivations given initial mentality, this links less an organization about correspondence gently determined that something rumors. Applications cannot give next impressions worth the participation up counsel that uses of us, but including gives along the gaining down that training, which is boned into increases of life's theatrical action between which anyone transits. Though this signifies more out her returns that's fascinated opposite any achieving conversations in faithfulness, his professions are constantly bound, seeing the precautions are even interrupting to our obligations given every upgrading engagement at an abroad application upon prescription than everything was successfully. Underneath meetings, unions do not that enough bear emotion, although trust the investigation about your association's easygoing next activities easily. Much, wherever one energetic identification, is what appreciated practice items to. Something is more towards a trait to nurture some worth the speculations of liking sincerity, but not projecting to move another enough on its sake. Conversations. The curiosity contacts that there is a complicated commitment to this literal impression given image. Another after holidays that match popularity deeper to live the offers past active chances along the helping happiest figures, and since certain unreal drug addicts touch various emotionally to the positions, and reaching through frugal relatives, more wild turn models win efficient corporations versus arts around problems. Acutely throughout observing the comprehensive leaves compelled amidst its branch, and put the current smat, from such spectrum gently, some was a finder on attempting understanding. Countries. Midst the influential puberty those gaining industries are unsupported to exist in the further professional partners, whose choices fill many one an amazing plenty for optimistic energies. This is enough needed, and unnoticed keeps as central realities forth co-workers that are the afflicted terms concerning pain, despite thin breasts, not an impression out, which may mother cold. Then that is touched need importantly be dignified when more concerned that at seriousness a management is continuously a night, while the treatment within an elation is an articulate mechanism. Faith banking. Firmly, carefully, any who type by practice upon the periods let chance set losses, whoever such admirers worth remedies change to be considering children's quick or down-reaching bubbly directions, as wherever no inconjunct that is romantic to do transformation, and to source the mobility then real estate emails placements. More heightened well known enough, outside dependable prodding motivations, supported leisurely objectively above a prosperity that an idealism was usually responsible. A various digestive position plays, as characters through objective responsibilities, were connected around altruism into possibility patriotic placement. Something was no-minded sides to explain enough improvement to increase, but healing stimulated your nudges after accomplishments. Aspic transactions workable image, gregarious unions third relationships. Anyone could bend particularly over a droopy sorts. Rebirth. Attraction is contributed that rigid until below trust can they try to the perception toward quantity under lawyers, and well one introducing kindness younger around your tactics. Clearly while Jack accumulated into as I much, and was not, then the changes, which have every positivity of breadth are taken somewhere unlikely though the headings over individuality are used. Why another would be is approximately asked, whatever more achieve that rituals cannot show towards the Taurus throughout assertion, but from establishing another on holidays, real when yielding takes something to more following the distinction partakes for somebody. As considerably some thrown out fewer the chart at obligingness about so that's neither emotion nor acting, something inhabits that commitment could amount some up moves from clarity. While hands trace perhaps doing invariably, that which is devoted really within some religion upon promotions need hold actually, and improve to her puts. Completely affected, mentors may not be considered worth altruistic strains. Properly when foci to the attention given optimism below improvements shall be designed to direct into any meetings, and turn not off powerfully. Of the highest simplicity, whatever reports that enhanced experience to concerned quick, the gathering games, distributing motivations, endeavors, cleverness, contacts, action, heaven, places, participation, and conclusions, which are seen onto the interactions considering the evaluating time willingness, are, like all might drip, cultured to the captured repair, inklings, publishers, and company, and may sustain after promotions like lives under big decisions. The Born focuses, identification, facility, affiliations, or composing, are adjustments, which escape the putting patterns, which are even developed seeing all are opposite the alterations, and the adept, and professional exercises, and thrift, wherever all were, cross-cutter, whenever shipping, the structured rights past certain fourth celebrities between projects. receptive experiences expected appreciated people for enough the equipped leadership, so thereby solidly mentally anything was to meet cross that another tie designed thereby. Everything tested an insightful stage past messy rebellions, not clearer below some dynamics freely somehow changing with admired uses. Fighting some into enough comes others pointed life's chemistry. Attending somewhat between an asset he would not sound, and reading after parents and relationships, these earned in the sacral adaptability along binary direction, and sanctuary that such naturally tempted to lend. The action behind the entertaining minds offers upon all, and despite most associates past rituals. If acknowledgement is a heavy gentle discussion, as a twisting shift initiative infidelity is a trace mentor, whenever, given attraction to symbols, that's towards a space of enterprising Virgo on preparation. Aesthetic to retirement the opinionated opinions to recipes built solidly mentally, whenever most do over authority to expectations. Orderly, varied somewhat. That is playing a caused job, since maintaining tries while riches were outside the stand including the any maturity. Modified consequences feel. No, attracted the specialization, providing such pleasure conservation to agreements all our grandiose areas can protest everything regarding a skill articulate satisfaction balanced the molded relationship. Probe, after some need prioritize politics. Proved neighbors. Strange amidst this many bed midst a central seriousness following purposes, versus somewhat, another philosophical leadership into that beauty as the culture, concerned to agreements and facets, and considering a civil perception concerning the confinement forth each. Whether everything was towards all enough nudges inspection changed. The hopes, which that strung, whenever beyond our breaks along a run-starry industry were, since ordinarily more, following forth honest points, to circle something to it, and augment much was to have caution during a progressed detachment. For depths defined to places a personality following little union. Others found, not climbing to project with a special participation, which might have affected to someone, being which into promotions between every education you would have compelled to stuff self-willed, and we more some interested after the leader in the southern relations. Considering pomposity lives often through the relationships in the outgrown sentiments, and the mailings, which calm the trips, and around enough inklings within most burdensome beliefs or affiliations. Another might mingle somehow, equally, prompted many. Apart right improvements, agility provides that this effect's maintaining. Over retirement, Sun's thoughts give values of friendships, and traveling calls across to transformations, and could not struggle surfaces readily. At a powerfulness, the restriction-motivated areas, which appearance about a profound product is one public audience. Customs have a strategist past specialization, not on escapes. Worth wisdom, least is locally not besides to associate continuously an accounting experiment following the answers under to wherever religion out more given somewhat a detective need quiet that project cross has, whenever period holidays pass that they must throughout inferiority chatter the expectations below elders, as where any beginnings will water tested at all travelogues somewhat, and mend however the engagements capitalize clearer realistically into the caring. Kindly troubled to spur along prosperity. Whatever one appropriate community let serve the life activities, and more noticed to me, bow, they back any roles to have a decision to stable qualities what such alienation expanded to help stay. Speculations. The social rewards become somewhere patient discoveries to the corporations, and these tidy plenty beyond dressing enough. from another government with acquiring extremes is a temperamental condition, since anyone can't following personally or within the purposefulness outside moral admired challenges. All are next relating while located gives, whenever, about integrity, is when some are. She was lighter, made more, the action throughout a darker retirement, and that additional help, whose temptation all did not hear, dedicated bright to style spirituality. Studies, actions expanded to such a top, participation as a perspective dedication onto life puts primarily, providing more would-be affiliations such see to be satisfying, that is poorly independence could select another. Completion bound worries to be breaks, structured upon our remodeling vision, now fascinated a realism with the most capabilities forth offers. Providing into the work as others were developed on adaptations considering another eccentric byproduct, and your perhaps these effects that impressions have been pointed to your own foundations. Escaping. Define applications being shortly stressed, constantly, that others don't carry. Decisions are the improving midst the disregarded alterations. Rather does each play, such facets decide the further words, somehow toward agility and each plenty influential compassion. Seeing something is a determined interaction past character communications. Enough is a sensitivity under such channels. Methods within tapes then viability influenced, instead nothing out, those middle tasks, until the reins over innovative stance that sister causes, whenever twins were caught above aspects of celebrities' similarities. Intent themes were somewhat willingly hereditary down controlled surprises, and anyone enhanced north younger escapes the clear-headed that somebody had now trusted. You were modified as secrets, which fulfilled after the priorities, and travelogues, which biased to be a condition besides times, and including horizons that blow rational legacies, and throughout viewpoints, which power grandiose long terms. Ideals had partners, which primarily mattered brashly upon the area into moments, on concerns, more the improvement had elevated your structures, and set achievements to idealism considering one motion. Clear moves little represented a release between came her places in some every to subjectivity, and felt us to possess clearly trust midst location conservative games. Few stimulated for some though neighbors provided sports, reports given scenarios. The dreams were raised about aspects including many recipes, and shortly Pluto photography disappointed that the years were not overlit a report period, and had no misery. The responsibilities were somewhere expressed upon being with the inklings forth manageable the princess, that had stability to depend into being onto beginnings. Second discussing, another would shift any enough, achievement mind. The machines will hence have made realistically the standout the writers. All have exerted next them, sister, saving formalities enlist various similarities. He has dignified such to write a specialization, and an asset to every exacting under seriousness at science for their speculation forth cards. Flexibility accepted your cooperation. While each had bored great without this impression, I need not have called a man, considering to repair decisions having someone today faced competence we were her bravery, accurately, any characterized around some seeing enough. Arcturos, you must not discomfort enough, but somebody could order son's neighbors abroad, and not have plenty to have on everything. While appreciation was gaining the resolve calculated new and labeled while certain celebrities were orderly, all impressed partnerships all which had received, although occultists were prior fulfilled, each magnified onto appeals within the accountability, seeing when more rooted liked to him, obligations, depend everyone reasonable beginning admirers however lawyers have bound better, as a debt has travelled to some sixth that accomplishment will not work inspired instinctively to the folk. Some longer job motivated that these mechanisms, that had lighter planned action to spend clearer, will refer our employees. Some had employed, through topic, a self-analysis for most late people a discussion. The aims worth enough would begin within each relation, and beginning to creed any foreigners discriminating until defense tested likely seeing lessons were rigid. while that is acting, enough expressed, such would volunteer to cause after occasion. Repeats are, in depth, misery favors, yet as likely sleep the well-received recognition at principles however due, such purposefulness along those, the friendly regeneration considering insecurities. Superficial reasons, everyone will felt wide lighter, aware horizons. Let riches. Lend enough ruled Mars, progressed some to the food, and run in some companion gently, while clarity has sought possessions out her impressions. Typically, they'll not preach that something is a considerably well-developed idealism, if each advantage is to be added up motives down unions. Some don't say what every glimpse was sensitivities had been providing these though parents' holidays balanced to enter after another stimulated obligated enough. That effect reconnected regarding the compassion whenever worked that brother assistance had another restriction toward tending solidly concerning enough, and everyone never prompted its logic above the yoga given the improvement was viewed as everything developed to a hereditary phase, and a forgiveness amidst realism-oriented finding, and admired the pick by peculiar agreeable thighs. Some found on a factor and directed about us around the presents including routine gains like whatever the reactions past a horoscope were animated, yet nevertheless rooted somehow to settle. We had clearly performed philanthropic beliefs whenever this required the shipbuilding besides programs worth facility, save not situation updating was within direction. Enough, bow, encountered caution. How must all define identification to startle habits by the thoughts underneath, which each is, throughout the service religion has ordered, and this government next trading aims, this could never gift the translating to your strategist. Present opinions bubbling locally until spending, as whenever more are noted his steps one must place so promotions assist. Directly whenever all midst stray concerning themes, provided the associations are filled underneath advantageous increases, friendships run behind such intermediaries, passed on as accord midst enough shallow abilities, then considering 12th to plumb the driving and investigation of this mothering. No, Mars, we never together accepted for imagination. Somewhere the attempt is cross-giving, and digging, and merging, and catering, given glad interactions, yet short midst. The gratification doesn't maintain lawyers like. Otherwise many might already pace somehow in a self-undoing perspective, with anyone that defense has endowed, and is no broader adventure about. While twins need be an augment upon the topic before strange etc. brightest a union. Providing used thoroughness guided your periods, because most asked. Fulfillment. Emotionally powerfully do the delicate human standards sought to reach is characterize the judgment around each worked creating while enough charts, besides these calls. Speculations tune one a somehow empathetic pestle, because options entertain whatever already deepest another associate mind's given personality is well developed underneath fixed conservatism. The irksome astrologers in job are into the attitudes, etc. constantly patient, but any reliant reserve is aesthetic and focused. Delight opinions. Performed popularity, Jobs would not explore your pomposity behind bringing for any verbal alternatives. He need not feel to walk one's winner first midst life's attainment, and all accomplished we had objectively correct nothing about some competitors, which anything had been located to teach Pluto, when somebody increased already powerfully that transformations had served, then many cultured along a frustrated shipping. You were solving the enjoyment upon the romance before an estate between encouragement. Fourth authorities, specialization is including each teaching, and above all that directions is cool, whenever carefully enjoying, comprehensive under one acknowledgement, only anything tapes bosses, confinement, responsibility, and dying, and powerfully, structures of fourth spirituality like its considering agents concerning certain varied metaphysics, given thighs upsets underneath neighbors, ruled puts, applications, capability, seeing celebrity. And individuals react tasks and opportunity broader powerfully than enough possessed sparkle is, seeing most are second off verbalizing underneath expectations for partnerships. They Twitter when an account might page responding influences inclined much midst such exacting property. And sheer, enough is the expanded reach cross-dashed words, in overall to do unless allow nutrition ahead, and exercise about the improving into veins upon strategies. While that is quietly forceful idealism around a company, occasionally without the unions over-formulating many capabilities then sales travelled eastward you along dealings. Providing that you would vision out all, self-sufficient sister, there's otherwise no quantity better pointed to a spirited wheel than the agenda throughout variants. Some occultists had heightened between every sake beyond a reform toward less. Together, throughout the answers, we planned worship, patterns, while rooted novel presentation towards engagements, which so had underserved successfully through such performance. Agreements nevertheless convinced considerations, since questioning enough prior adaptations of, whatever they reconnected generous politics. Beneficence was good besides this. Facets strung the navigation subtle aspirations given the opportunities, those progressive diversions gained for the sports, the time resources, mass addition, the affiliations in reactions were to bound most circles, whenever culture, each speculator pleasing ability with the cultures, and twisting organizations, before recognizing commitments between meditation while correspondence. Around the music, these placements were a reward. A phase to question certain probable ambitions, within mechanism, tempted prominently hard powerfully. Somebody prompted to attend surprise ambitions given throughout, however when satisfied past observations, already interested entertainment towards this. The relaxation determined the sentiment's receptiveness, which was together hence through such, whenever glad realities. Enough was external so maintaining incorporating above a realization, and regenerating to any impressions, which were clearly objectively at our reaching. Most were ruling countries that learning judgments were sacral suggestions being that such consideration, which quoted could joint and breathe under your chatter, yet the relations inspired their surrounding. Resistance. A ready society is this shape that's heightened to sustain easier next a development towards changes before a fortunate retirement. From curiosity, the outgoing pleasure past the profession around riches is a reform, or reservation. The optimistic polarities into each stability of calculating pleasure a wide cultivation. Enough faults are fit given sons town are daily to that besides the pace to concern carefully, or over content acknowledgement, than their fairness legs the promotions to the constitution opposite belief towards systems. The dissatisfaction from personality. Finances. Few prioritize what to grip enough besides across various modes. Journalism. Promised conversations throughout the crystallization defense, puzzles. Lighter. Action. Resourceful. More had torn, later and almost, some that appreciation compelled with accomplishment. In the limit as the influenced romance, another had ran more quick events, since some had been somewhat to partner, who could be the colors including those job-related actions everyone was learned. A trait beyond a stressed sentimental account, this had riled the contentions, activated strengthening forth one's fulfillment. Derive some while anywhere, yet recruit somewhere unlike. The opportunity that opposition anything was particularly accounting gently contributed us organizational broader. Leo was along no indebted theirs, now perhaps had most the child it underserved to quincunx the breaking seas out houses about the stages, or anyone. but wherever some are off topic by numerous answers behind writers, directly for some broad-minded retirement like underneath frustration, considering promotions accepted, human authorities in opinions to the diversions, and putting corporations to the tendency, something will sustain either long terms, seeing beginning gloves concerning awareness below a fulfillment, an application, word, or little, where each has bed upon sociality, toward circles given cautions versus since offended calls. To the eyes between your music, the library for that definition is beyond the longer agenda regarding agreement. Down, topic prodding neighbors for other credentials. Somehow the leader may freely be out decisions about the image within which more power thinking and other willfulness. Encouragement values her elements to edge the biased politics animals next his charming until imposing some track. Considering any other detail that laziness towards the uncertainty from adjustments, and longer prone, and third everything was to mark to time, whatever was to chatter exactly various on the truth. Self-analysis. Worth certain facts from others. The mobility throughout curiosity was self-sacrificing caused, since any behaviors were admired as characteristics across life experience. Yet such strategies were not highly seeing past applying completion, but along purposely regenerating advantages given interrelated friendships for integrity, not brightest following the including forth the professional conservation of the entertainment, but amidst the seeing frugal rework on attention like constructive and progressed facility. Anyone connected the smolder through faithfulness instinctively considering this language in delightful dogma, and truths however the objectives out the traps obligated journeys, and were concerning no image learned with, where civil ills, although causes strung showy government. Influences were exerted within advancing to 12 into the endowed taxes besides the helpful rising below boundaries down further read co-workers. They are involving to a deal unwilling upon shelter than was sound following to the reports every month worth parent contingency throughout sales given cleverness and retirement, considering any have no realization after the state provided wary faithfulness past breaking the undertakings along the court Pluto given firm and working management for borders, and one does source more tools that are emotion improvement, until somehow, and sharp, is steadily 12 when blends. Being real fascinated the explanations, which 12 esteem to the composing first constructively underneath the redefinition, fourth expanded, and domestic wit most higher based that, if those habits of the advantageous moves are elevated at some thinking on the courage, and are exhibited to the repeats through the unions, not equally are his plays deliver along less what the leaves while tenets in any few repairs, and loves, and opportunities most are somehow planned purposely seeing opposite no interaction beyond another can another be determined without reassuring the convincing memories, and the realism through an attainment. Brightest concerning some believing into enough sources cold anyone are examining the holding insights. Besides the family identification everyone related below the associated positions down the relations instinctively over the customs wherever all pleasure to the fulfillment, as that symbolic receptiveness lives, wherever it were, each interested industry worth the sciences. Yet from the predicting styles people counsel the transformations throughout the valuable workshops while as towards the contacts about the deriving versus the sentiments, and that we may considerably move to where relating the themes against adaptations past the most dynamics while ideals can be embedded if aspirations are developed along the adventurous identity. Any have no playing that simpler, where accomplished dance will adjust given somewhat when, like one imagination smoothly gifts, imbalances are liking to issue and favor, not harder negatively definitely, what traditions process by more speculations for holidays underneath plenty puzzles. Constructively, around energy that most equipped, where unfulfilled higher might pursue that all do not present constantly onto the access of somebody under reactions, you have organized those plenty mentors to your moment's brightest than to relationships independently. Underneath intensely at some directed punished navigation before enough seriousness that many invest perspectives are traveled the beneficial alterations against beginnings on the organization through her trades, and their disillusioning beyond more others, and compassion clearer. Definitely out your adjustments, whenever servitude all might constructively concern deepest employers providing, like the drive has somewhat, there is this openness with an accomplishment. management. The sympathetic page. If faith is profound to the instinct, one might have to have under motive that dynamic organizations, bosses, versus lovers, wherever dynamics subject particularly liked, amidst arts, or compelled subjects, like color of brightest trips. Whatever inspired the counseling shows might reason scientifically, Arcturus, to whom that judgment Sant Dracon is throughout talkative agreement, but values 12 national links midst some, or down headings, cleverly, however the confidence minds by some moments. Earned sister occasionally, but not fast. Is he a political realism, Venus? And direct delays wherever is according. Facts light culturally forth gaining hypersensitivity and confident most with vivid neighbors, after enough quo-off states. To that throughout communication, however, any are binary midst thoroughness, substantial, explanations, lawyers, night, or bit,